Start with introducing a short introduction about myself. My name is Alireza. I'm a Microsoft MVP in business application and working with finance and operations, or let us say AX, the old product version, since 2012. And I mostly work with the data migration and integrations in finance and operations. So I just hand it to Nathan so he can have a short intro.
Thanks. Yeah, my name is Nathan Klaus. I'm also an MVP. I'm with a partner in the US called Armanino. They focus on Microsoft products. I'm a technical architect for Dynamics 365, focusing on finance and supply chain, as well as integrations and overall Azure technologies and just the Microsoft stack. So I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Nathan. So today we have focused on the core functions of the data management framework. And how we can just have a deeper look on it based on the functional side, which is from my perspective, and technical side, which is from the Nathan. So he will go through about this great tool or a framework that can be used for the integration purposes. So basically, so I just start with what is data management framework. So in a nutshell, data management framework can be used to import, export, and copy data into legal entities. And data management framework purposefully has created by Microsoft in finance and operation, Dynamics 365 finance and operations, to perform the data migration and also integration in finance and operations. So today we will try to have go through the core concept about each functions that it exists in data management framework to have a better understanding. So how it can be applied both in the implementation phase and also supporting phase, in order to, if you have want to start with the implementation with the data migration, or afterward wants to have integration on importing the data, recurring integration, or just exporting the data to the BIOT to see it in the Power BI. So basically, data management framework is a tool that can be used basically for export and import data. And it has there are three concepts so that we will use it mostly in this framework, which called data entities, data packages, and data projects. But this is something that from the overview from the Microsoft, so you have access from the external sources, or you have access to this via the sources that you have. So you can import data, or if you have external sources, you can export data from Dynamics 365 user interface and run that export job. But in order to have a better understanding on how data management working, so we have created this anatomy of data management framework. So it's if I delegate it to let us say 6 core functions from the data management: import, export, copy, sequencing, templates, filter, and mapping. So what we have done, so we have specified all of the core functions that it has in a specific segment. So we will talk about it during this bootcamp. So first of all, I start with the data entity, because this is the core concept in DMF that is used for export and import of the data. Data entity based on Microsoft is can be one or multiple tables, enabling abstraction of internal interactions between tables. What does it mean? So it means that data table can be exactly one table, or it can be a combination of several tables that has been joined to each other to create the entity, so we can be used for export and import of the data. And a good example for that, when it comes to the one table, one entity, so it is the customer group. And when it comes to the encapsulated one, so there is a combination of the several tables that says create the data entity, is the customer's entity, which is a combination of a cost table, a logistic postal address, and logistic electronic postal address that has been joined to each other to create that entity. So once you export the data, so all of that information that has been related to this entity will be exported. And also you have possibility once you import the data for customer, for example, the entity, so you import the data both in the customer table and also update the contact information via importing the address and electronic contact information such as phone, email, and URL or website. So in this means, so I start with the entity types. So basically there are three entity types that are used in the DMF frame in the DMF. So first one is a sample entity, which is a basic data entity that represents single concept of entity. For example, customer group, as I just talked about. So as when it comes to the simple entity, so it can be exported into several data types. So I will talk about soon. The next one is a composite entity. So it's composed, which is it combines the multiple related entities into a single one. For example, when it comes to the sales order header and line, so that can be created as a composite entity. So through one XML attribute, so you can both import the header and lines. So it's mostly used when you want to create a recurring integrations, or you have you want to export the data to the external data source. So it's much easier to export it as a one composite entity than use it as a several or multiple simple entity. And the last one is a set-based entity, which is a collection of set of records that you can share the characteristic or attribute. So there are some there are few entities, by the way, in the standard that is activated with the set-based operations in finance and operations, and mostly used by specific purposes. But it is something that you can you can barely use. For example, I have this example with the postal codes, which is already has a combinations on the and relation to the counties and also other related tables, so they can use to export the data or import the data in. So this is the three specific entity types that we have. On the next part, we go to the next concept, which is the entity mapping. Entity mapping is the mapping from the entity source that we have, the source that the entity, the properties that the entity has, to the target files that exist in the finance and operations. Basically, if you see in this picture, they have two views, the visualization one and detail. On the visualization part, so it just has a binding to show that the exact binding between the source and target. And sometimes there is a red star on each field, so it can show that which fields is the key field here or mandatory to be filled in. And also in the target view, so our mapping details, so you have a better overview of the target fields and source field, and get more information in a case that there are some fields that is enum based. So you have also possibility to activate the use enum labels. So instead of you export it as a 0, 1 or as a quantity, so you can get the text here in the entity mapping. So entity mapping is the enabler to show that which fields has the mapping and can be exported or imported in your case. So in a case that you want to export, so if you just unbind the mapping, so it means you have dropped that field from to be exported. And also the same, that if you want to import the file or import the data, so if you just drop that binding, so it means that you will not import to a specific field. So based on this, the entity mapping is quite important to know that which fields you have access and which fields you can override that access to import or not import, or export or not export the data. The next part, I go to the entry attribute. So there were several questions also in the community that how we can just find it out the specific information for a specific entity about what is the mandatory or the main key and the entity from the user interface without opening the Visual Studio, and find it out the format that you need to use. So entry attributes represent the field type, the field size, that the mux character that you can use for the field, and also show you, for example, in this case is a simple example about the customer group. So you can see a customer group ID is a mandatory key and needs to be filled in if you want to import the data, or if you want to export the data, this field should be represented. But for the other fields, it will help you so much, specifically in the data migration for the implementing files, that if you want to import the data, so you know what is the file type or the field type here, and how about the field size in order to if you want to import the data and to have a better information about the entity attributes. The next one, which is quite functional for the implementation phase, is a template where you have possibility to import the template from the standard. So template is the group of entities that has the correct, or let us say that they have a sequential order that's you can just assign there to import or export the data. So in this case, Microsoft has created some default templates across the modules that you can use for export the data. The good thing about the standard templates, they have the correct order in a case that if you want to use it to export the data or import the data, so you can use it, since the order that Microsoft has done there, it's based on the sequence that they needs to be imported. For example, if you use the one for the tax, so you need to import the tax period first, or export the tax period first, and then you can import the tax code. So the sequence that it has been used is quite logical, and can you can save us time to find it out afterward by importing to find it out. Okay, you use the wrong sequence for import. So. And you have also possibility, if you have already a project that you have used for import and export, so you can recreate it also as a template, so you can reuse it for the next time as a template. For example, if you have a sales order import or purchase order export, so you have this possibility to create it as a template, so you can reuse it in the data projects in the DMF. The next part, which I already talked about, is the sequence. So in the template, we find out this there is a sequence in 3 levels on the unit, execution, and the sequence, and combination of these 3 will sort the entity in this record. And when it comes to the exports, it is it may not affect anything, because you may export the data, but when it comes to the import, you must need the correct sequence to import the file. So if you don't use the correct sequence, you will get an error message. For example, if you want to import the customers, you cannot import the customer first and then customer groups. So in this case, so you need to use the correct sequence. The next part is a filter. So you have possibility to add a filter here. For example, if you want to create a template to export the customers by a specific customer group and a specific terms of payment, so you have possibility to add a filter in the template or in the data project, so you can export or import based on the filter. So basically, when it comes to the filter, it gives meanings based on the export file, so you can filter it before you export the data. So for example, there is a use case scenario mostly for the BIOT, bring on your own database. So when you want to export the data via entity, so you have you have possibility to filter it before you export it to the Azure SQL database. And the next part is the mapping. So if you see here on the data view map, you have possibility to drop drop the fields. So in a way, if you want to export the data or import the data or use that data template, so you have possibility to make that data entity simple in order to export it. So this is this can be used as a good approach in a case that you find some of the fields that has empty values or you don't need to have exported. So you have possibility to remove the mapping from the view map side. So to just export the fields that you think that is quite related in your business case. The next part is the auto sequence, which is a new feature that has been added that you have possibility once you create the data project. So in a case that you want to import it or you want to export it, so you have possibility to click on this entity sequence function and then click on the auto sequence. So it will automatically check the data entity and try to just reorder it based on the sequence that there will not be any issue to import the data. So this is a quite great function that can be used. The next one is dependency. So in the template, through the DMF on the template, there is a function, it's called dependency. So in a case that you want to go over one specific entity and find it out what is the dependency that this data entity has to other data entities, so you can run this function to find it out what is the specific dependency that one specific data entity has. For example, in this picture, you see that the customer V3 entity has dependency on the following data entities that it exists in the solution. So you have this possibility to check it from the user interface, but in a case that you want to have a better information about the dependency of one table on one data entity, so the best way is just check with the developer, so he can just show you the relations by checking the data entity relations in the Visual Studio. The next part is the source data format. So source data format is based on the what file types which is compatible for import and export, so it can be used. So as you see here, so they are supported for the CSV file, Excel file, XML, and also it is if you want to create the Azure SQL database, so you can just create own build one and then assign a connection string and use it as a data source to export the data. But per today, there are text, there are following formats that can be used, and also the package, which is you have possibility to import the data through the zip package file. But in the zip package file, you need to have one of these following data format that is compatible with the DMF. So on the next part, I just go through the main functions so that we have access in DMF. So export, import, and copy. So when it comes to the data project operation type, so we have these three functionality, and on the project category, it's just a category, so you can use to specify it to be more transparent for the other user that what is the purpose of that data project that we have created. So in this case, you can just choose project configuration, integration, or if it's something that you want to use with the dual write, so you can just use the CDS. But in this case, if you are using the DMF data jobs, I do recommend to have a clear name on the group name. So for the next person that want to take over and see, so they know that what is this job has created for. For example, in this case, I have just write down the copy, or once I just create the import, I just have something like a number sequence for the imp or XP to just for the other users to be more transparent to find out the data project job. A good thing about this functionality is that you have possibility to export the data and also import the data. And this is also used mostly in the data migration phase for companies that want to copy the configuration. We just called it the golden configuration across other companies. So it's one of the best standard functions in finance and operation that can be used for this purpose. The next part is a methodology that how one import, export, and copy function works in DMF. So in this form, you see that there is specifically three part here. So first we have a source, which is the source of the data. For example, let us say if you want to import the data, so the source is the file or the external, for example, the database that you want to import the data or the web service that you want to export the data, import the data from. So let us say in this case is an Excel file. And then once you want to import it via the DMF, so it will go through the first step, which is a staging. In the staging part, so first it will check the source data, the data that is residing in the source, to make sure that everything that is on the header and the data format and everything is compatible with the entity attributes and also the entity type. And then if it's accepted, so it will be imported to the staging. Then from the staging, it will check that the data that you have, for example, written in the staging can be imported to the target. For example, if we want to import the customer groups, so it will check, is it existing value already, for example, for the customer, or is it a new one? So if it's a new, so it will be create a new one. If it's already exists the value there, so it will based on the entity properties, so it will check that do I have a, for example, rewrite function, so I can override it, or I can just update it the fields that the value is changed. So based on this, this is the whole point here, to find it out more how you can troubleshoot it afterward. So in which steps you have got the error message, or in which stage you get the error message, or in which stage the work has been stopped. So if you know the whole process about these three steps, so it gives
Hello there, Alireza. Sorry, you may need to re-share your screen, please, Alireza. Sorry about that, Alireza. Yeah, if you could just unmute your microphone as well, please. We just lost you there for the last 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So I will start. Thank you, Raz, for heads up. So I will just come back again, so that the key concept here is to make sure that you know the whole process back to DMF about the source, staging, and target. So it will give you insights afterwards how you can troubleshoot the potential cases or the issues that can be happen in this framework. So basically, to have a better overview, so I have just created some scenarios here so we can go through. So how to troubleshoot the error messages. For example, this is the first error message that we can get, that once we import the jobs, so the data will not be imported to the staging table. So what does it mean? So it means that either on the source file, so we have some fails. So there is some header in the files in the header. So they have, let us say, invalid values, or there is a duplicate in the file. So basically, on this level, if you click on the view execution log, so you have a better error message to find out, oh, what is the error? For example, in this case, so there is an error code, so you can just troubleshoot that error code to find out why it has been stopped. Is it the duplicate in the file? Is it some fields has an invalid value? Or is the template that you want, or the source file that you want to import, it's not exactly the same that the entity needs to be. So this is something that you need, it helps you to understand. So in this case, we find out, okay, the data has not been published to the staging and neither to target. So it means there is a problem in the data source that needs to be troubleshoot. The next part of that, okay, the data, if you see here, the mapping has been done. So everything has been mapped correctly. So the data comes into the staging table, but cannot publish to the target. Why? Because there are some values in the file that is not existed in the solution. For example, in this case, there are some values for the terms of payment that do not exist in the configuration. So although the data is in the stagings, you cannot import it since the configuration doesn't exist in the finance operation. So I think that these two ways will help you better to troubleshoot what is the specific, what is the fail and how specifically you can troubleshoot it on the source level, staging level, or on the target level. And the last part, and the next part is that this is also, there is a setup for processing groups, so you can just assign a specific data project to a specific user or specific security group. So this is also possible to assign this based on the also users. You can just assign a DMF security role, or also on top of it, you have possibility in the DMF framework to just give specific data jobs to a specific user group and also user, or have a better view, and also avoid them to just overwrite something or just seeing a data project that do not need to be edited or be updated by any other users. Yes, when it comes to the integration part, so I hand the session to Nathan. So he will go over the integration parts and have a deeper dive to that. So if you have any questions, so just pass it in the chat box, so we will check and also follow it up. So thanks for me.
Thank you. Just want to confirm everyone can hear me. So Alireza, can you hear me just fine?
Yes, I can hear
okay.
you. Yes.
So everything Alireza talked about is available through the user interface largely, and I want to talk more about some of the backend offerings that we have, because if you heard all of what Alireza was saying, said, hey, that sounds great, but I'd like to do that in a more programmatic fashion, we have that capability as well. And those typically come in sort of two types of flavors. The first is synchronous, which is ask and answer. You ask the various APIs to do something, it will do it and then come back and say, yes, I successfully completed that. Here's some relevant information to what you did. And asynchronous, which is where you drop off work to the DMF in a general sense, and it'll do it when it gets to it, and you'll be given a tracking ID so you can check up on it. And both those are valid workloads, and they have different use cases. So an example of asynchronous interface would be an OData data entity. So a lot of what you see inside of the DMF is also available through these things called OData endpoints. So you can interact with the underlying data entity in a synchronous fashion from some actor on the outside. Similarly, an example of asynchronous is if you have a data project that you want to run, or a new data load or new data package you want to process, you can set up a data package and then give it data and say, hey, run it when you can. I'll check back in an hour and let me, you can tell me, what happened, how things went. This is an example of, just all of our available integration components, and these focus really just on the Microsoft componentry. You can use any cloud provider that you would like, but they all do sort of the same thing. But really along the top, So along the top here, sorry, one moment. Along the top here, we've got all of our Azure integration technologies that allow us to talk in some programmatic way. You can see we've got a lot of options because we have a lot of different use cases we want to support. But what most commonly I work with is using the Azure Data Factory to orchestrate complex data migrations and logic apps for logic apps and function apps for message processing. And then API management helps provide a management layer on top of that. But then in this section over here on the left-hand side, inside of finance and operations, that's where we have a lot of our technologies that do a lot of the integration type work for us. And those are all built on top of DMF. So when someone says, hey, I want to do this via OData, that's OData as an extension of the DMF, which is an extension of everything that Alireza just talked about. So anytime you say, hey, I want to load customers, you'll have something where you can do that in a front-end centric way. Or there's also ways to do that with OData. And a really good way to contextualize OData is if you've used the Excel add-in, that is all using OData. So if you're unfamiliar with what the Excel add-in is, that's a way to take sort of grids out of F&O, put it into Excel, make some changes, and then upload all of your changes back in. It's OData behind the scenes that's making all the magic happen. That's still just using DMF artifacts, which is built upon the whole DMF framework. We have other stuff as well. We have custom services that we're not going to talk a lot about, but if there's anything that you need to extend above and beyond what OData can do, which is just an extension of DMF, you can do that. So DMF in general is really good at individual rows, but if you need to do something like postings, you're probably going to use a custom service. If we talk about the entity types that Alireza talked about briefly with the entity and composite data entities, with some of our technologies up here, we can bring in not just sales order headers and sales order lines, but we can bring in entire sales orders, and that's through something called the composite data entity. So that's just an example of we've got a lot of different options, a lot of different tools available. And each one of these, just along the top, could be an hour-long conversation about how you can use it, what you can use it for, what problems it's best at solving. But the key takeaway here is we have tons of tools available to make things work and orchestrate things. We just have to have a good idea of what our business needs, how things would need to be orchestrated, what order stuff needs to happen. And a good example of how this gets used, at least for me, on a fairly routine basis, is these things called recurring integrations. So what you can do with a recurring integration is you set up your data project, you set up a recurrence, and then you start exchanging data back and forth. That could be files, individual flat files. It can be CSVs or entire data packages. A data package is just a collection of data entities that you want to execute in a specific order. But once you've got that set up, you can just start trading files back and forth. You would need some piece of middleware typically to make that happen. But this is a good example of stuff that happens on a schedule, and you can use this for all kinds of various things. So for instance, I have one customer, they have something that they call their daily order drop. So at 10 in the morning, they get their orders from the last 24 hours, then they process them. And that happens once a day, and we process that all with a recurring integration. And that happens with a logic app, and then just DMF from there, and we check on it using standard DMF tools to make sure everything is working as we would expect. Another example of what you could do with recurring integrations is they are outbound as well. So let's say you have a very light reporting requirement to just update financials in some kind of reporting system once a day. You don't need anything more than a recurring integration that just runs once a day and sends a bunch of data out. Something processes it from there and puts it in some reporting tool. There's other there's other technologies available from Microsoft to service that need, but recurring integrations may be an okay fit for that because it is cheap, it's reliable, and it's going to the outside consumer. And as long as it's something that consumer can work with, it should work just fine. It would generate a zip file, and then you would unzip that file and process its contents from there into whatever you want to put in, whatever reporting tool you're using. So recurring integrations are really simple but powerful tools to just orchestrate stuff inside the DMF. And this can be done from, partially from the user interface and partially from the backend stuff. So everything in step 1 is user interface, and everything in step 2 would be more developer centric, but I just want to call out that it's there. This is an example from Microsoft of what they envision. So you've got a third-party system. They maybe submit an invoice that goes through a series of connectors, goes into the database. There's some business logic that executes either as part of the data entity or some business process. And then we get a settlement in return. And right here, I have crossed out Microsoft used to support XSLT translations. That feature has been removed for security reasons. So that's typically why we would have middleware in the middle, but still a lot of utility value there. This is just an example I want to walk through of how to solve a problem that some end users may have, where we just want to import exchange rates and exchange rate pairs. So on a schedule, we could have a logic app. This could also be Power Automate. Fetch some data, format it into files that our data or the DMF can work with, and then send it over the DMF, and the DMF will process those on a batch job. So very simple. We're just getting data from the outside, pushing it into F&O, and then the DMF has a batch job that processes it for us, and then we can see our daily exchange rates and pairs ready and waiting for us in the morning when we get in for the day. Next is dual write. So dual write is sort of an extension of OData. It's just a way for F&O and Power Platform to talk to each other in a semi-common way to take records or entire concepts from F&O and put them out to potentially related Dynamics products like Dynamics CE, or formerly known as CRM, or anything else. Project Operations is also in there. But that allows us to take anything that exists inside of F&O and put it out to a related product, a related concept out in the Power Platform, so that we can have access to that data in some fashion. And this is just an example of what Microsoft has provided for out-of-the-box offerings to integrate sales and finance and operations. So you can see we've got our F&O customers go to sales CE accounts. And again, we've got a few other examples, but that's just out-of-the-box offerings from Microsoft to map one data entity to a similar data entity. And they give us out-of-the-box mapping. So this is an example of what just some of the offerings from Microsoft. This is not an exclusive list. Microsoft continues to add new stuff and bring out new versions every week. So this is just an example of what's out there. And when we dive into just one of these, we've got individual field level mappings that map, are like to like, but everything is not exactly the same. So we can, again, get our data out to another platform and maybe do some stuff with it there. And when it comes to dual writes, there's just a few different states we need to be aware of. So not enabled means it's, obviously not running. You do an initial sync where everything gets synced up between source and target. So, F&O and sales. And then it goes into a running state where everything is perpetually kept up to date. What this means is it's active between the two. So if you do one thing in F&O, it goes over to CE. performs the similar thing based on the map that reports back successful, then F&O reports back successful. And these can be paused or stopped as well, but typically once running, we just leave everything running. Next, I wanted to talk through this because this is sort of how Microsoft has delivered this. So a lot of DualWrite is built upon OData, but there's a slightly different version of that. It's called a web API that Microsoft interfaces with. But if you want to talk to OData, inside of F&O, you're talking to one endpoint. That's the green dot that's going back and forth. And if you want to talk to something called virtual entities, those just expose F&O entities as though they were like real tables inside the Power Platform. But behind the scenes, it goes through a web API on the F&O side to get access to that data. But you'd still have the same basic CRUD operations available. So you can get access to artifacts inside of F&O 2 different ways for 2 different use cases. But that allows you to treat F&O tables just like they were, F&O data entities just like they were Power Platform tables, and continue custom app development for whatever that may be in the Power Platform, or just expose those to the Power Platform so you can use them in Power Automate as well. And that was everything I wanted to talk about. So I thought I'd open it up for Q&A.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, both Alireza and Nathan, on presenting that. And you managed to do it within time. So thank you so much for that. So Q&A time. So I'm just going to check the Q&A. There are some questions in the chat. I'm just going to check the questions now. So Yeldon is asking, what is the best way to import party records? For example, let's assume we already imported vendors and we have multiple postal records for each vendor. Hence, we want to use party postal address data entity to do it. How should we match the vendor party ID whilst importing the postal address data file?
Yeah, it's a yeah, you can start, Nathan. Yeah.
I was going to say, Microsoft very recently, within the last year, released some new entities that allow you to import postal records tied to your customer or vendor specific identifier rather than the party number. So they sort of put in a bridging entity so that you can directly interact. So I believe that's like customer postal addresses and vendor postal addresses. So see if you can find those entities. That may solve your problem, because that gets rid of having to cross-reference customer number to party and then party to address. So that may be something of value to look at.
Fantastic.
Exactly. It is a very good question, and I think Nathan is the correct person to answer it. But since I am just working with this daily based on importing, so one of this that there are still some standard entities, such as global address book, so you can just use to get the party ID, and then you can just export the customer and vendors also to get that party number. And there is also another entities that as Nathan has mentioned, and in addition to that, there is a party location address that you can use in this case. So you have possibility to either update the one part with the several addresses and also several contact informations. So this is basically possible to do it in this way in finance and operation.
Excellent. There is one more question by Walter, who's asking, is it central retail integration native or knowing way for finance? Strange question. Is it central retail integration native or knowing way for finance? Walter, could you rephrase the question if that's okay? Okay, we'll wait for Walter to rephrase that question. But yes, look, thanks for answering that. We are at the end of the. Yeah, go ahead, Nathan. Sorry.
Well, I believe Francisco had a question. It was in Spanish, so I can answer in English, if that's okay. So basically, what happens when you have multiple data entities? All data entities execute in sort of an additive fashion. So if data entity one, if data entity one in project one let's say as customer groups, and you have customer groups row 1, 2, and 3, and then data project 2 has data entity 1, and it has customer groups, let's say 3, 4, and 5. You'll get an error whenever there's a duplicate, or it'll show up as an update rather than an insert. So if you've got data that overlaps, it'll dynamically switch it from an insert to an update, or it might throw an error depending on what it is you're trying to do. But the DMF will intelligently determine what is an update, what is an insert based on primary keys. So it may not even represent a specific issue, but again, it's very situational.
Excellent, Nathan. Fantastic. Okay, we are at the end of the hour, but there is one more question by John, which we will quickly answer. What happens if we restore an environment from source prod to dev? Is dual write still mapped to prod?
No. So your dual write mappings sort of get wiped, and then there's no link between those two environments in the production sense. So Power Platform and FSC or FNO, that link gets completely broken, and then a ton of settings get removed from the database as part of the restore process.
Fantastic. And once again, huge thank you to you, Alireza, and to you, Nathan, as well for wrapping up on time so we can introduce our next speaker. And also one more thing, apologies to all the attendees who got the meeting link a bit late due to an error on my side. So but we can see everyone's flowing through now to join the event. So we'll make sure you haven't missed out on anything. So again, thank you everyone. And thank you most importantly to Nathan and Alireza. Make sure you connect with them on LinkedIn. Nathan and Alireza, could you share your contact details in the chat so that the community can keep in touch with you? You are both very active in the community, doing lots of activities. So please do share your contact details in the chat. And we will now proceed with the next session. Huge round of applause for you both. Excellent. So without further ado, it's none other than Johan. Hello there, Johan. So Johan, your mic is unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Just for your information.
Like this. Do you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Excellent. We can hear you now.
I switched to another mic, so hopefully it's better now. Yes.
Excellent, Johan.
Yes. Thank you for inviting me and letting me speak here. Let me see if I can figure out my my slide deck here. So that one is it, I think. Yes. Yeah, so I know that Alireza and Nathan talked a bit about integrations and also touched on DMF a bit. And in this session, we are going to talk about how to use DMF, for instance, to do it. No, sorry, this is not the right slide deck. Why is this not the right slide deck? I am so sorry. Just need to figure out where it is.
No problem at all, Johan. You can take your time, so please don't worry. And whilst you do that, don't worry, you take your time. And whilst you do that, I'm just going to check the Q&A, okay? Just 1 second. Thank you.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's check the questions. There you go. So, yep, so Nathan's shared his connection details. Okie dokie. There you go. Yep, we can see your screen now. Yes,
much better. This is the right one. So in this session, we're going to talk a bit about how to use DMF for especially for doing template rollouts. So one of the big challenges in rolling out lots of legal entities is to maintain supportability and similarity between the different legal entities. So this is a session I've run a couple of times, and it comes from the fact that I had a consultancy gig for a customers where we did this. They basically bought companies faster than we could roll them out. So our backlog actually increased over the years instead of decreased. So we needed to figure out a way to do this as fast and as with as little problems as possible. So my name is Johan. I work as a technical specialist or a technical evangelist at a company called Engage Group in Stockholm. If you want to get in touch with me, my LinkedIn address is here at the bottom in the slides. But let's get started. So the agenda for today is, first of all, what is a template rollout? Second of all, we need to figure out a bit about the tools that we need to use. So one of the tools that we use is a golden config environment. So we need to figure out exactly what a golden config environment is and how it works. We also need to, I just saw that my camera disappeared. I did it. Ah, crap. Yeah, let's do this without camera if it doesn't work. We also need to figure out why this whole procedure and process around doing a template rollout. Why do we do this level of automation? Then we will look into how the process actually works, and then we'll do like a couple of lessons learned and a Q&A at the end. So yeah, let's get started. So first of all, what is a template rollout? So this is from the sort of definition of a template. A template is a form, mold, or pattern used as a guide to make something. So what we want to strive for here is we want to be able to use a template to set up a new legal entity as much as possible. We don't want to have to do a lot of manual setup after the template is set up. We want our companies to be in the same way, have the same base set up in all of the situations. So in this session, we actually have a couple of different definitions of template. So first, there is the legal entity template. So this is basically a cleaned out legal entity with all of the correct configurations that we use as a base for creating new legal entities. This is one of the template definitions. Then I will also talk about something called data management framework templates. And these are what we will use in DMF to actually move the template legal entity into different environments. So from golden config over to UAT environment, over to maybe a project environment, and finally to a production environment. So we need to figure out these. But I think I guess that most of the definition of template, when I talk about it, it will be obvious what I'm referring to in this case. So let's get started. So do we need a template? So I am very much into automating things, not only because automation makes it more efficient, but also because automation guarantees quality, or at least it guarantees the same quality. If you have a bad template, then you will have 50 bad legal entities. If you have a good template, then you will have 50 good legal entities. So putting time into getting the template correct is really, really important, and understanding exactly what settings should be part of the template and how what settings shouldn't be part of the template. If we have, for instance, one legal entity which is in Spain, and there are certain setups for tax in Spain. Maybe those shouldn't be part of the template. But if we have the same chart of accounts in all countries, then of course that should be part of the template, which is important. So how many templates do we need? So I would say as few as possible, but what we have settled on is that in some cases we have one template, one legal entity template for sales companies, and then we have one legal entity template for production companies or manufacturing companies. The reason for that is that there are a lot of setup that needs to be done in a production template that doesn't belong in a sales company, which is purely a sales company. But we have more and more started to getting rid of the sales template, because what we have figured is that, yeah, we will have a couple of extra settings in the sales company which does not belong there because they are from a production company. But on the other hand, we can probably ignore that. That doesn't really matter if we have those settings, because we can keep them there, and it also makes it easier to maintain the template, of course. So what is it that we need to maintain? Well, it's not very uncommon that when we do a new legal entity, we do a fit gap analysis, and we in some cases end up with new gaps that we haven't taken into account in the previous rollouts. And that's sort of the reason why we do these templated rollouts, is that if we do a big bang rollout, first of all, it will take a lot of time. Second of all, we will have to have the template absolutely perfect at the first one, because we don't get a second chance. What we can do when we do a templated rollout is that we can actually iterate on the template. So if we roll out the first company, then we can actually figure out, is that template good enough for the second company? What do we need to add? What do we need to change? Do we need to add more information? Are there gaps that we haven't set up in the previous company? And in that case, we also need to make a decision, because if we do a change to the template mid-rollout, how do we handle that? Is that part of the new template which get pushed to the next company? Do we need to backport those changes to the previous companies? From a supportability perspective, I would say that we probably need to backport them, because we want to have our legal entities as similar as possible from a supportability perspective, but it will also require more work to backport it into maybe the 10 or 15 companies that we have already rolled out. That would also require this. But on the other hand, we need to do this anyway, because Microsoft add new features, and those new features will probably be part of the template, and that means that we need to backport those as well to the other companies. So I think this is a good process to have in this case. So how generic should it be? We actually, in some cases where we create a template mid-rollout, what we actually do is that we actually take our first new legal entity, we build that as a pilot for the template rollout. Then once it's done, we copy it into a template legal entity, a generic legal entity that isn't going to be used at all. And then we sort of clean out the country-specific parts. So some of the country-specific parts gets removed from the template and make it a clean template. So we clean it out, basically. Okay, so for the final question here, what is it? What is this template thing that you're talking about? So the thing is that as Nathan and Alireza talked about before, there is this thing in F&O called DMF. And what Microsoft have done is that they have created DMF templates. So what DMF does is it exports and imports entities. So basically SQL views or table for simplicity's sakes, but it's more than tables. But we can say it's tables for now. So customer has one legal entity, one entity. Vendors have one entity. Products have an entity and whatever. But also all of the settings, all of the configuration, everything we do to configure a legal entity is also placed within an entity or a table in this case. And if there isn't an entity connected to the table, then we probably in some cases should have one. But most of the setup entity tables are actually represented by an entity, which means that you can import them and export them to and from an environment. What Microsoft then have done is that they have created templates, which is basically a bundle of entities that are bundled together into one template. So for instance, accounts receivable, there is one template for accounts receivable, which contains, say, 150 different entities, data entities. So when you export that template, you will get all of those 150 tables exported. The good thing with the templates is that they are already pre-sequenced. So that means that if you, for instance, have customers, to add a customer, you need to add it to a customer group. And in order to be able to add it to a customer group, there actually needs to be customer groups. This means that you need to import customer groups before you import customers, for instance. That means that because there is a dependency, of course. So what Microsoft have done in the templates is that they have sequenced the entities and given them a number in the sequence. So all of the prerequisites are done first and the dependencies are done later in the import, which means that we don't have to do this. Our templates, when we do a template rollout of a legal entity, is somewhere around 2,000 entities, 2,000 tables of data that we export from one environment and put into another environment. So I'm pretty grateful that I don't have to sit down every time and sort them and put them in the correct order, because that's sort of a tough job in this case. Okay, so what is a DMF template in that case? If you look at this sort of model of the data in F&O, at the bottom we have the tables. So data is stored in SQL in tables. For every concept, say customer, for instance, there are a number of tables. I think customer is like 30 or 40-ish tables or something. So what Microsoft have done to make it a bit easier from an integration perspective is that they have created entities, and entities are views on top of the tables, meaning that they have actually taken the 30 or 40 tables for customer, created a view out of them, meaning that they are basically, a customer is basically a line in the entities, in the entity. Then there are, of course, composite entities and stuff. But in this case, to make it simple, they have actually merged multiple tables into one. So what is actually multiple lines in multiple tables is actually one line in the entity in this case. And as I mentioned before, the data templates are actually definitions of different data entities that belong together that we can export and import in one shot and that belong together. What we then get out when we do an export of a data template from an environment, we actually get a data package. So that package is actually a couple of entities. As I said, in worst case, when we do a complete move of a complete legal entity, it's around 2,000 entities that are part of the package, which gets filled with data when we do the export. So templates are the definition of what to export. Entities are the abstraction on top of the tables, which are on what's actually in the database. So the templates are separated into modules. So we have one for accounts receivable, one for accounts payable, one for warehouse, and manufacturing and so on. We can, of course, also create custom entities. And in this case, we create a custom template. So what I usually say is that if I work at a consultancy company, we do this a lot. So we use Microsoft standard templates. We don't change them at all, basically. There are some cases where the order is not perfect. We need to tweak it a little bit. There are some entities that, for simplicity's sake, in some cases need to be removed. But when it comes to our custom stuff as a consultancy company, because we are always working towards being able to reuse things, what we do is that we create a couple of custom templates. We create a custom template for all of the customization entities. So all of the entities that have been created from scratch that are not part of Microsoft standard entities, those gets put into one custom templates for this customer. Then we usually create one template for each ISV. So if the ISV have a couple of setup tables, then those are put into one custom template, one for each ISV. And the reason for that, of course, is that as a consultant, I would like to be able to reuse them. So if we have one customer that uses signup Xflow, then we can take that template because that's already been used, tested, perfected, move it over to the next customer and use the same template there. So what we then do is that we take all of the templates from Microsoft, all of the templates for custom entities, all of the templates for ISVs, and we basically bundle them into one because the sequencing is moved when we copy them into a new one in this case. And that means that eventually we have one template with a lot of entities, and those is what gets exported from each of the legal entity. And also, there is a trick to doing this, but which we will get to later when it comes to filtering as well. But in order to understand that part, we need to talk about another concept that we are talking about here. So all of you who have done a F&O rollout knows what a golden config environment is. So the golden config environment is the environment that we set up where we collect the template for the database that eventually gets moved into production. So we basically build the entire production database in golden config without customers, without products, without orders, without everything like that. Those are migrated in at a later stage. But we create a golden config environment, which we then eventually do an entire database copy up to production. In normal cases that I've been involved in, the golden config environment dies here. It dies when we do the first copy to production. But what we have figured out is that it would be nice to have a database which contains all of our configuration, but nothing else. So somewhere where we can keep a single source of truth for configuration, which is not production, because most customers use production for keeping their single source of truth for configuration. And the problem with that is that they don't really know what a single source of truth is. It's more like it's the truth right now, because someone has changed something and there is not really a change history, which means that we don't really know what the value was before, what it's supposed to be, the reason why we decided that that is the value it's supposed to be, because someone changed it. So now we don't really know anymore. So what we would like to do is that we would like to continue to use golden config. We can't, of course, copy the database to production, because then we would overwrite the legal entities that are already there. And that we do not want to do, but we would like to keep it around anyway. And we also want to keep it without any kind of transactional data, because as soon as we put transactional data into it, that makes it sort of dirty. Because what we want to do is we want to have the golden config environment as a clean room. And the reason for that is that we would like to be able to copy things out of it without risking to get any kind of transactions. But it will also contain all of the legal entities, even the new ones that we create after the first production go live. As I said before, it's a clean environment. It doesn't contain any transaction. It probably doesn't even contain any master data or customers or anything like that. It's clean. It's just the configuration in this case. All of the shared tables that we have needs to mirror production. The reason for this is that when we move a legal entity into production, part of the template are actually global tables, shared tables between legal entities. So one of the ones I usually come back to is address templates. Address templates is a global table which is being used by all legal entities, but there is no legal entity information inside of the address templates table. So you create an address template on a global level, and then you choose to use it within a legal entity in this case. So then we have two choices. Either we don't copy shared tables at all, and we just create the new address templates manually in the shared table. That's one way of doing it, but that means that we need to do manual work, which we don't want to do. I'm lazy. I don't want to do manual work. So the other way is that we keep all of the shared tables as a copy of what's actually in production. Because when we then do a change of a shared table and we copy it to production, then we don't overwrite anything other than the new things that we have built in golden config. But this also requires us to maintain golden config. If we do a change for a legal entity in production, we need to be able to do the same change in golden config, because otherwise we tend to overwrite the we overwrite the setting in production. As you understand, this golden config environment is pretty important. That means that we need to keep it restricted. We don't let users enter golden config willy-nilly. It's only a few persons involved in the rollout project which will ever get access to the golden config environment, because that's the way we can keep the settings perfect and not compromised. And also it's closely controlled. So all of the changes in golden config needs first to be done somewhere else, say in a project environment, in a UAT environment, something like that. Once they are perfected and works as intended, we manually move them from UAT or project environment into golden config, preferably from a test environment, manually into golden config. Then we deploy them by exporting the template into UAT, because then we actually move them in the same way to UAT as we move them to production. So we get the chance to test the package that is going to production eventually, which is really, really important. Okay, so why do we do all of this hassle? Why do we automate it to this degree? Why don't we just do things manually? Well, the reason is that, first of all, we save time. If we are going to do, as we had in our case, 30, 40, 50 legal entities, it saves a lot of time. It also makes it reproducible. So we get the same result for every new legal entity that we deploy into production. We don't get random settings ending up somewhere. In other cases, in some cases, when someone has a bad day, things go wrong. We do mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. So that's why it's important for us to be able to do it the same way all of the time. Supportability, of course, being able to go back to a previous legal entity and know exactly how things are set up, because it's the same setup for each of the legal entities. That's a really, really important part. It makes the life much easier for the support staff in this case. And of course, we eliminate the human factor. If someone has a bad day, if someone isn't focused completely, they can make a mistake, and we don't want that into production. So that's why we want to have a very well-defined process. And personally, there is another reason why I like this automation part. I work mostly with the technical side of F&O. I'm almost never logged into F&O. I don't understand finance setup. I don't understand warehouses. I don't understand the processes, the business processes, meaning that I can't really vet the configuration that I move to production. I can't really look at it and see this is correct or this is not correct. I need to trust the application consultants who have set it up. I need to trust that what they have done is correct. And I also need to trust the process, that every time we move from golden config, we get the same result. Yeah, so that's the reason also why I like this automation process, because when I do the copy from UAT to production, there is no way I can figure out if all of the settings are correct. I need to trust someone to do it for me. So that's why. So what is this process I'm talking about all the time? Well, what we did was that there are a couple of tools within F&O that helps you do this, but they are not perfect. So we have tried to devise a step-by-step guide to make this process a bit more bulletproof, a bit more stable, and so on. So first of all, if we start at the top left corner, we create a new legal entity. It's an empty. So the prerequisite for this is that we are now in the golden config environment. We have our template legal entity. It has already been created. Everyone has vetted it. It's signed off. Everyone is happy with it. We have the essential settings for that legal entity. So now we need to create a new one. What we do then is that we create an empty legal entity with the correct name and with the correct country code. You know, the 4-digit one that is on top, and then with the correct locale. So if we are going to roll out a Swedish company, we create a company called SE01, for instance. It's Power Community Company Sweden, it's called. And then we add the geography or the region, set it to Sweden, because then we get currencies and stuff which are correct. We don't run through the number sequence guide. We don't do anything else. We just put in these 3 values and then we keep it that way. Then we use a tool in DMF called copy config into legal entity. So as a source, we choose our golden config template. And as a destination, we use the new legal entity that we just created. We need to click on add number sequences when we do the copy into legal entity. And then we add the huge template that we created. We mentioned before that we take all of Microsoft templates and all of our custom templates and all of our ISV templates, and we must bundle them together into one single template, which is sequenced and done. And then we add that template to the project copy config into legal entity. We don't run it yet, but what we need to do now is, instead of running, first of all, we run it to copy everything into the new legal entity in golden config. So now we have our SE01 legal entity. We have all of the configuration copied from the template legal entity into that one. Now we need to move it out of the golden config environment, because if you remember, we are not going to do any changes in golden config, not yet. We need to move it out of the golden config environment and into a test environment or a project environment. So what we do then is we do a new copy config into legal entity. We add all of the templates. We add all of the number series as we did before, but instead of running the copy into legal entity, we just save it and leave it, and then we download the project. Remember, we still only have the template for copy into legal entity. We don't have any data. It doesn't contain any data, but we export it. The trick with using copy config into legal entity is that it actually filters all of the entities to just use the source legal entity. It only takes the source legal entity and it filters all of the common table. It filters it to take only the data from the source legal entity. What we then do is that we create a new export project. We take the downloaded file and use it as a template for the export project, because the problem is you can't use copy config into legal entity between environments. It can only copy into a legal entity within the same environment, and we want to move it out of the environment into a new environment. So we use the downloaded template file or project file as a template for the new one, and then we export it and get a big zip file with all of the entities filtered and sequenced using the templates that Microsoft have provided, and we download it to our own laptop, for instance. Now we have the new Swedish legal entity in a zip file, and we can basically import it into any environment we want. We just create a new legal entity as the first step. We set the country on it, and then we do an import of the template of the export file into that legal entity. So now we have moved the SE01 legal entity into a new environment. Here we can start setting it up for Sweden. And as I mentioned before, once we set up new configuration in it, we take that configuration and we manually add it into Golden Config to make Golden Config SE01 company complete. Once we are done with the configuration and we are getting ready to test things, we do the same thing in UAT. We create a new legal entity. We copy the Golden Config legal entity in the same process that we did before, but we do it into UAT. And this is the important part. The package that you copy into UAT is the same package. If you don't have any changes, it's the same package that you need to use to move things in to production eventually. So once the import package is done in UAT, we do testing as usual. We get to verify the configuration that it's correct and everything. If there are no changes, then we take the package that we exported from test and we then moved into UAT. We take the same package. We do the same process in production. We created an empty legal entity and we push it into that empty legal entity called SE01 again. This means that we have the same configuration as the company in Golden Config, moved first to UAT and then to production. And that's the last part is the scary part, especially if you have legal entities that are already in production, because as I mentioned, if you have shared tables, you will per definition overwrite them. So when you use shared table, be very clear on how you use them. What you need to do, for instance, if we go back to our example with the address templates, what you need to do instead of modifying an address template, because that's the same problem in production. If you modify an existing address template, then you modify it for all companies that use that address template, which is not a good idea. So if you need to create modifications for one legal entity, what you actually do is that you create a new address template for that legal entity. And also, if you need to change it, don't change it if you're not absolutely certain that it's only being used for one country. Don't change it. Create a new one. Call it version 2 or something. Make the changes and use that one instead, because then you don't overwrite things. Okay, so now this is a question for all of the people listening to me today. Do you think this seems too good to be true? We have done this for a while and we haven't really figured out any downsides. It is a bit more cumbersome than doing things manually, but I would say that it creates quality in a way that we can't really see if we do things manually. So I would very much like you to challenge me with questions. If you don't have them right now, please feel free to send them to me on LinkedIn, because I would very much like to get them there and to be able to because if we haven't found the downsides, I would be happy if someone else could do it. So a couple of lessons learned. Number sequences. In some cases, we have bumped into situations where the prefix, or rather the number sequence ID, is set to company abbreviation, so SE01 in our cases. That's a problem because the number sequence ID can never be changed. You should keep the number sequence ID generic, so you should rather call it like AR 01 for accounts receivable or something like that, or CUS 01 for customers, for instance. That means that when you copy the template from Golden Config, from the template legal entity Golden Config, all of the legal entities will have the same name, rather the same ID on their number sequences. But you can then very easily, using Excel adding, go in and change the display name of the number sequence to say SE01 customers or something like that. As I mentioned and said again and again, shared templates. You need, shared tables. You need to have a process for managing shared tables. And I don't think, and I believe in my heart, that the process is not to avoid them. The simplest way is to avoid them, but it would make it a bit trickier at the end. There are a couple of entities that create a bit of a problem. Calendars, for instance, all of the fields aren't exported correctly, so you need to change them manually in the export. Calendars, for instance, sequences, root cost categories are a bit tricky as well. Those are not sorted in the correct order in the Microsoft templates and so on. And then finally, if you do exports of the entire template from the environment, you will bump into timeouts because it will take a while to download the package containing 2000 entities and all of the data, meaning that if it times out, then, and you're not at the computer and can click on the wait button, then it will actually time out and you will have to restart the download again, which is a bit of a hassle. But otherwise, we think it's a pretty good process. So, and with that, I think we move on to Q&A because I don't have any more slides. So we have at least one question. Hi, could you please clarify how to select relevant entities that needs to be part of the template to export, e.g. a production company use different modules and entities compared to distribution companies? Yes, so this touches on what I mentioned in one of the first slides. Either you have two different legal entity templates, one for production and one for distribution, for instance. That's one of the reasons. And in that case, I mean, what I basically do is that I don't remove any DMF entities from the templates. I use all of them because if they're not used, they are empty and they don't export anything. So the files that end up in the package is empty, and there is no reason not to export them because they don't contain any data, meaning that there is no data imported when we import it into production eventually. Or you do, as we have more and more started to do, we have one template legal entity, both for producing companies and for distributing companies. And we basically use the same. Because if it's not configured for production, then we get a bunch of empty configuration tables. There are some things that will be configured for production, even in a distributing company, but it doesn't really change anything. So if you get an extra warehouse imported into a company, it isn't that big of a deal. You can basically make it inactive, or you can tell the people not to use that warehouse or something like that. So I would say that it's you get a bit of crap in the export file that you move into production for the new legal entity, but all in all, you save it isn't that big of a deal, and you save a lot of work and a lot of maintenance by not having different legal entities. And as I said before, for myself, when I'm doing this, I can't really check all of the settings. So I need to trust that the process works. I need to trust that every time I do a copy from legal entity SE1 in golden config into UAT and into production, I must be absolutely certain that it works exactly the same way as it did the last time. So I basically reuse the same template every single time. I fix if there are any sequencing issues, I fix them and I save them in the original template, DMF template that is, and then I reuse it, because if I reuse it, I can guarantee the same result every single time. That's the important part. And as I said, I'm not competent enough to be able to vet all of the configuration and make sure that it's correct anyway. So, any other questions? Yes, you are muted. You are still muted.
Hello there. Thank you, Johan. No, look,
Yeah.
Fantastic. A lot of people don't realize the nuances with these deployments and with the configuration data and the order. So thank you for sharing your war stories around that. Okay, so I can't see any other questions in the chat, Johan. But I do want to. Yeah.
I would just like to add one thing, and that is that because we have so long done everything manually, we tend to be very detail oriented when we do these rollouts. But I would say that having an automated process means that not every little detail will be perfect for every single legal entity at every point. But there are a couple of things that you need to bring with you. Try to keep the differences between the legal entities as few as possible, because those make it hard for the support organization. So try to keep them as similar as possible. And I know that you will get pushback and everyone will say, but we do different things in this legal entity. Yes, but in that case, you need to decide if they are allowed to do things differently anymore, or if they should get forced into doing things the same way, because there is a benefit for the entire company if everyone works in the same way anyway.
Thank you, Johan. Excellent. Okay, so what we're going to do is our next session will start in 8 minutes. Johan, I want to thank you for joining us today. Please could you share your contact details in the chat so that the community can keep in touch with you?
Yes, I will.
And I also need to share Alireza's contact details as well. I will do that now. And then in 5 minutes, we will have Cruz. I know a lot of you on the call today are very interested in this session by Cruz on dual right. So stay braced. In fact, take a break. You've got 5 minutes to go ahead, do what you need to do, get back, and we'll begin in about 7 minutes time, okay? So for those people who had to skip their lunch break to attend today, you've got a few minutes to quickly go and take a little break before our next session begins with Cruz. See you in about 5 minutes. Thank you again, Johan.
Thank you.
Okay. Question in the chat here by Fahim. There is a question by Fahim who's asking in which scenarios the template option works well, because we also do have an option to migrate the config database, which we can maintain as gold configuration. Are these standard templates out of the box available to download?
Yeah.
In Excel?
So quick answer here. I would say that it works good in almost all situations. You can only copy the database in the first go live, because once you're live with a company in production, if you copy the golden config database, now you will actually overwrite the database in production, meaning that the company that is already live will not be very happy with you, because all of their sales orders will go away. That's not good. These templates, most of the templates are out of the box. You can download them from LCS. They are in the asset library in LCS available, so you can download them from there with sequencing and everything. So I would get them there.
Thank you, Johan. Okay. Yep. Okay, guys. Well, only 5 minutes till the next session begins. So take a break and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Johan. Thanks again for joining us. All the way from Sweden. There you go. There's the infamous Johan. Sorry, world famous, notorious. And by the way, for everyone on the call, you need to follow Johan's podcast. Johan, sorry, please could you share the link to your podcast? I think the attendees are going to hugely benefit from your podcast as well.
Yes, of course. How could I
Excellent.
forget? Give me a
Excellent.
second and I will add the link. It's
Excellent.
available in all of the podcasting platforms, and it's called Dynamics Update, but I will also give you a web URL.
Excellent. So I can see Cruz is online. So Cruz,
Hello.
hello, Cruz. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us today, all the way from Spain.
Thanks for inviting me.
So Cruz, oh, there you go. We can see you, Cruz. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see you. So we're going to start in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, feel free to, get your screen share set up and everything.
Yeah.
Excellent. Great.
Can you see now my
Yes,
screen?
we can.
Yeah,
We can
fantastic.
indeed. Yeah. So we'll wait another 3 minutes, Cruz.
Yeah, let's
and
give people a few minutes and then we can make a start.
thanks, Cruz. Hello there, everybody. So once again, thank you everybody for joining us today for the Dynamics 365 F&O Bootcamp. So today's bootcamp is focused primarily on administration. Last week was finance. Today we'll be covering the areas that were missed out from last week. So we will be covering additional components such as HR, and other aspects of the application today. And you will be seeing Nathan again today towards the end regarding performance. So without further ado, I want to introduce everyone to Cruz Margay, who is from Spain. She's been involved in the community for a long time now, a lead architect for a large consultancy for implementing some of the complex implementations for F&O. So it's a huge pleasure to have you here today, Cruz. So
Thank
without
you.
further ado, thank you, Cruz. So over to you.
Thank you. It's actually my pleasure. Well, today's session is, you can see here, if you can see my screen, I'm going to talk about the different patterns that we can use with dual write, because since back in October, dual write has an asynchronous option in public preview, and this session is going to cover all the aspects of dual write, but around these two options that we currently have available for dual write, comparing synchronous and asynchronous integrations with dual write. Before starting with that, I will quickly introduce myself. Well, my name is Cruz. As Rad said, I'm living in Spain, and I'm currently working for Microsoft partner, a Microsoft ISV, which is SA Global. I'm a senior technical architect there, and as part of SA Global, I work with the product team, and as an ISV, I actually architect a vertical based on Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, which is targeted to service-centric companies. And also we have a special focus on law firms. As part of my job as a technical architect, I'm also involved in anything related to the integrations with this part of our IP, and dual write is a key part of it. Dual write is also one of my favorite topics when I act as a speaker at community events. I also love learning, and again, with dual write, with integration, there's always something new to learn. And in a more personal way, the thing I would say I love the most is traveling anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's the village next to mine or if it's the other part of the world. So let's start with giving a brief introduction to what dual write is. Before we go into details about these two different patterns that we have right now. So dual write is a mechanism that Microsoft, as part of Dynamics 365 F&O, provides us to integrate one F&O environment with one Dataverse instance. So this is important. It's always a one-to-one relationship. And what dual write enables with this one-to-one integration is the fact that F&O, which is a dynamic solution that's kind of built out of Dataverse and everything else, all the other dynamic solutions, Power Platform solutions, is completely integrated into a single ecosystem. This one-to-one integration is true for every type of environment you can think of. So it's true for production, UAT, sandbox environments. It's also true for cloud-hosted environments. And now that we also have the unified development environments, even though the unified development environments live in the Power Platform Admin Center and are managed as part of the Power Platform, even though with that condition, we still have this kind of two different instances, FNO and Dataverse, that can be integrated using dual write. The integration is always through dual write. Dual write is by default a synchronous integration. And I will elaborate this further, but I'm saying here it's synchronous because when dual write first was built, was designed, it was designed as a synchronous integration. So when an update happens in one part of this tuple, the other part is automatically updated. And I want to clarify something here. So with dual write, the word write means that there is actually a data update. So what happens with dual write is that data is copied from FNO to Dataverse and from Dataverse to FNO. So we kind of duplicate the data. It's not exactly duplicating because the way we use this data in these two different environments obviously is going to be different, but there's an actual copying of data. So as I was saying, this is real time by default. Dual write is built on a concept which is named table maps. And what table maps do is to enable us to configure which data from FNO flows to Dataverse and vice versa. We are going to see this on a demo, but the table maps are built in are configurable from FNO, and in FNO, the elements from FNO that are involved in these table maps are data entities. It's important that the tables are not directly exposed. So we know that, we've got Alireza talking about data entities earlier today, and from an FNO perspective, any kind of integration always happens through data entities, and this is true for dual write as well. And on the Dataverse side, we've got tables. So table maps allow us to say, okay, data on this exposed by this data entity will be copied to this table in Dataverse and vice versa. It is bidirectional, or it can be bidirectional. It allows this bidirectional integration. However, administrators can choose whether the integration goes both ways or only one way. It can be FNO to Dataverse or Dataverse to FNO. And it's also customizable. So Microsoft provide a number of different solutions for the different potential integrations we want to achieve. But we can extend those solutions. We can extend the table maps provided by Microsoft, and we can also develop our own. And this is a low-code development. It doesn't need X++ development. It doesn't need Dataverse development, this is something that we can configure from the dual write front end with a low-code approach. So we're going to see, I'm going to show you here how dual write is built. The access to dual write happens from the FNO side. So dual write is, we can access dual write from the data management workspace. And then once we get to here, this is our screen. On the environment details, we can see the two environments that are connected. In this instance, we can see also the legal entities, because we can configure which legal entities are going to be involved in this integration. And this is the list of table maps. In this instance, we have deployed a few different solutions provided by Microsoft. For example, if we take one of them, the customer groups, we can see this is linking a data entity with a table with all these fields. And here's where we can see whether it's bidirectional or not. We can have all these maps, and well, some of them will be actively running. All these that we can see are running are the ones that will kind of trigger this integration with data is changed, and this happens for data creation, data updates, and data deletes, and any data operation is going to go through these maps that are active, that are running, and we'll do this automatic update to ensure data consistency across the full platform. Okay, so we've seen now how this is built. What's the FNO? What's the front end for dual write? And just to have everyone on the same page, what do we mean when we say asynchronous integration? Well, on asynchronous integration, we have a data update in one of the sides of this integration, and then this triggers an update on the other side. Then on the first side, so this is not committed, this is waiting. And then when the commit happens on the second side, this triggers the commit in the instance that has triggered this data change. So all this happens within the same transaction. It's a single transaction. So if there is an issue here and the data cannot be committed, then the data will not be committed here either. There'll be an error raised here, and then nothing will happen. So it happens in both sides or it doesn't happen. This is what we mean with synchronous. And this, as I said before, this is happening real time, or what Microsoft says near real time, because there's a slight delay here. So I would say that this is what we should take as the default behavior for dual write. With dual write, we want that the data is available at the same time in both platforms, in FNO and Dataverse. As I said, this happens real time. This ensures data consistency across the platform. Yes, so for example, if we are talking about customers, it means that any update to a customer in FNO will automatically update an account in Dataverse. And then this data can be consumed by sales or marketing or a custom Power App that we've developed. Synchronous integrations enable immediate actions in the business processes across the solutions. So that means, again, if I create a customer in F&O, this is going to be immediately available in Dataverse for the business process to continue, right? From a user's perspective, this data transfer is mostly, well, for most users, they will not notice this data transfer is happening. There are some instances, and if you've worked with DualRide, you may have experienced kind of a waiting time, but this should be looked at as a performance issue. And as administrators, we should be looking at how to improve these table maps and these data entities so the execution time is minimal. And DualRide also provides us with troubleshooting options with administrator tools. Well, there can always be issues on one of the sides. So say the F&O environment is not available for some reason. So administrators have been provided with tools that allow us to temporarily pause this integration. So the updates can still happen. And then once this issue is resolved, then DualRide will catch up and will do all this update. So this would be kind of an asynchronous integration. It's not exactly the concept we are going to talk about today, but if needs be, this is available through the administrative tools that DualRide provides us. So having this kind of an ideal solution where all the data was flowing synchronously between the two instances, why has Microsoft introduced an asynchronous mode? Well, this is a quote that I've taken from Viva Engage from Yammer, and someone said that the asynchronous processing is the most requested DualRide feature based on the customer base. So, and why is this? Well, there are some reasons about this. So, as I said, ideally synchronous is perfect, but the real world comes with some scenarios that may need other solutions. As I said, sometimes users experience this waiting time. And it usually depends on the complexity of the data entity that we are integrating. But there are many times that we need a complex entity. We cannot make it simpler. And in this instance, the experience for the end user might not be nice. There have been also some issues with dependencies between the maps. So think about a typical header lines. DualRide manages these dependencies, but there may be cases where the reference data is not ready yet on the other environment. So say we are creating a header in a line, and then the header is not ready when the line is going to be created in the other instance. But the main scenario why Microsoft has actually built this asynchronous mode is processes that are large running processes, because these are like importing large number of records or creating large number of records, typically batch processes that end up are being impacted by timeouts and execution time limits that are restrictions with the synchronous integrations. So to enable this long-running processes, this is the main reason Microsoft's going to build this asynchronous mode. So how or what does asynchronous mean for dual write? So what's going to happen is that when the integration runs asynchronously, there will be a data update in one side, and then the data will be committed. And then this update goes into a queue of events. And then this, the background job that's processing this queue will run the update on the other side. And then the outcome of this process will be recorded in a log. Okay. So this is how this asynchronous integration will happen. So as opposed to the synchronous one, it doesn't happen in the same transaction. So the updates happen like in different moments and independently. The way this asynchronous mode has been approached from an architecture perspective is based on these 4 pillars. So this integration is event based. So when I say event, this the updates in, say, FNO, one of the elements, one of the instances, this triggers an event and then puts this event on this queue, and then there is a process that processes this event, but this background job is not actually a batch process. It's not a schedule, not something scheduled. It's there's a process monitoring this event or capturing this event, but not as a batch job the way we know them. This data movement, is native, and it actually implements the same mechanism that's using the synchronous integration, what we call live sync. This the service that performs the integration is using references, and the most important part is logging is centralized. It's important this centralized logging is recorded in Dataverse, but we can also access it from the front end and on the FNO side, right? So how does this dual write option work? The asynchronous dual write is also based on table maps. So the table maps are the base concept for the configuration for both sync and async integrations. And the asynchronous integration can also or will also be set up and controlled in the dual write screen in finance and operations. So this dual write screen that we've seen before, this is our central operations place for dual write, right? There is a new button, and we are going to see this now on a demo, which is called integration jobs. So these integration jobs are going to enable us to select the dual write mappings, the table maps that we want to run asynchronously. So this is the element, the configuration element for the administrators. Within these integration jobs, we can configure in which order the maps are going to be executed. And this is key because with the synchronous integration, we don't have a mechanism to do that. So the synchronous dual write is aware of dependencies and will execute the maps in the proper order, but sometimes we are seeing issues with this. So recently with the update to 42, for example, we found some issues with the order in which the table maps related to project contracts were being executed. So when, for example, when we create a project contract in F&O, this is going to create a contract, it's going to create the funding source, and it's going to create the funding rules. And then we can send all this to Dataverse using dual write. And because all this happens in the same transaction, we personally found some issues with the references not being available in Dataverse. So this can be sorted out with an asynchronous integration. We can also configure who's the master when there is a conflict. So because this is going to run asynchronously, we may be in a scenario where someone changes a customer in F&O and simultaneously someone else changes the account for this customer in Dataverse. And then this update will go. We can configure who's keeping the master data, who will prevail here, in case of a conflict. Anyways, if a conflict happens, it will be resolved by the configuration, but this will be logged in this central log that we talked before, so administrators can take actions if needed. As I said before, this error logging, it's key and it's centralized. This is important. I want to emphasize this because one of the complexities of dual write is the fact that the configuration, everything that's related to dual write lives in F&O, lives in Dataverse, and we need to be kind of juggling between them. And for this new mode, with this asynchronous mode, I think Microsoft made a decision to centralize in Dataverse this error logging. So it's kind of moving to Dataverse in this kind of journey that Microsoft is going through to move from F&O progressively more and more into Dataverse and the Power Platform. And finally, this asynchronous mode is only valid for creates and updates. It's not valid for deletes. So if we delete a record in a table map that's part of an integration job that has been configured to run asynchronously, the delete action is going to go live always. It will always go through the synchronous mode. Now, let's go and see how we deal with, how we configure this asynchronous integration within the dual write screen, right? So we are back here in our dual write operation center in F&O. And then we've got this integration jobs button. And here we can just give a name. I'm going to create an integration job for worker calendars because they have like header and lines. Within the integration job, we can choose from the maps that we've got available. So all these maps we should have had to have been deployed before. And then we can select which maps we want to include. And by default, we're going to save the changes. You can see here, by default, this is giving a sequence number, but we can also configure this. And you can see here this conflict resolution. If we want to change the sequence number, we can select the map and then go through these buttons, move up or move down. In this instance, I'm not going to change because I want the header first and then the line, and just click start. Once we run start, when we go back to the previous screen, to the integration job, we can see this is now starting. We can see the number of tables it includes. And this trigger is immediate. This is not configurable at the moment. Yeah, we can now see this is active. And if we go back to our list of table maps and scroll down to find hours to find the worker calendars, we can see that these are running, but we can see this is different, right? We can see here they are running on an asynchronous group, which is the integration job. Yeah, and if we go into the integration job, we can see here the errors, this login I've been talking about. We can filter based on the entities, based on where the information comes from. We also have this date filter, but as administrators, this is where we can look at everything's going fine and then take any actions that are potentially required. Right, so we know we have this new pattern. We can now run dual write in two different modes, synchronous and asynchronous. And how do we choose which mode we want to go with? Well, we should go synchronous when real time is absolutely necessary. When we need the data to be exactly the same in FNO and Dataverse at all times. And this should happen, and the update should happen immediately. When there are data dependencies downstream, so typically if we think about master data, if we think about configuration, setup data, this would go synchronously because there are other processes that are going to depend on this data being accurately up to date. When we can go asynchronous, so I would say that ideally we go synchronous, and there are some instances where we can go asynchronous. We can go asynchronous when our business processes can work with what Microsoft calls eventual consistency. So that means when we know that data across the platform is not going to be consistent at all time, but it will be eventually. When there is slow data dependency, so typically transactional data, and this also matches the other, the next concept, high volume data. When we've got high volumes of data, this may go beyond the execution time limits that are set for synchronous integrations. And this is also valid for long-running processes. So, but imports of data or batch processes that run overnight, processing large amounts of data and creating, updating large amounts of data. These are the ideal scenarios where the asynchronous mode would be the perfect fit. And so what's important about the availability of this asynchronous option? Well, this asynchronous mode has been on private preview for a long time. And in fact, it was initially planned to be released back in April, but it's been delayed. But finally now, as of the 31st October, so that means if you've got 41 or 42, you'll have this available. But bear in mind, this is a public preview, so it cannot go to production yet. According to Microsoft roadmap, this feature, this asynchronous dual write mode, will be GA in April this year. Although initially the asynchronous mode was meant to be available only for sandbox environments, finally, in the current public preview, it is actually available in all type of environments. So it's available for sandbox environments, cloud-hosted environments, and also unified environments. So you can use this asynchronous mode in any of those. And there is a very good meeting recording in Yammer in Viva Engage about this synchronization mode that is available in, I don't know if we're going to share the slides, but if not, I will share this link in the chat window. I highly recommend that you watch this recording because that's really interesting and will give you all the details. I would also like to highlight that Microsoft have warned that the data integrator is going to be deprecated after the asynchronous dual write is made GA. So if it goes GA in April 25, so in 12 months, April 2026, the data integrator will be discontinued. And this is because, well, there are now a number of different options to integrate Dataverse with FNL. With one of them was the data integrator, and now this is going to be fully replaced by Dual Write. So if you're using data integrator, please take this into account because you will need to migrate to Dual Write or other integration options. And well, this is everything. I wanted to talk to you about Dual Write synchronous and asynchronous. Any questions? I can see that there's been some messages going on in the chat window. I can see a question from John. Can we save the configuration of dual write table mapping in a file? Yes. I can see Daniel answered you. But yes, so all this, the dual write configuration, all these mappings are actually elements that are available in Dataverse. So the way to kind of, well, take a backup more than take a backup, but the ALM for the dual write map configuration is going to be a Power Platform solution where you can include this. So with this Power Platform solution, well, this is going to be your backup, and then you can take this to propagate to other environments. Yeah, so this is what Daniel was answering very rightly. Yeah, I can see there's a screenshot in there. Thank you for that. I can see, do you know if there are any plans to get dual write for a combination of on-premise? I haven't heard of anything. Yeah, at the moment it's only available for cloud. Yeah, I haven't heard of anything. There are a lot of talks around enhancements to dual write. I think I feel that dual write is now an important topic for Microsoft. They're working a lot on it, but honestly, I haven't heard anything about this working on-prem. Which of the modes is good for sales and marketing integration in FinOps? So typically you would go synchronous, yeah. And this is how, so sales and marketing integration with FinOps is one of the out-of-the-box solutions that Microsoft provides. And typically you would go synchronous. It's only if, say, you were, I don't know, loading sales orders from another system every night, and and doing these batch imports that were creating thousands or change orders, then you would need to configure those maps for asynchronous, but to me the default is always synchronous. Is there any dual-write log maintained in FNO or available in feedback which shows syncing errors for the integration related errors between data transferring from C to FNO and vice versa? Okay, so for the asynchronous mode, yes, this is what we've seen. For the normal synchronous, dealing with errors is not that simple. So there is, we can have different mechanisms. So when an error happens in the synchronous mode, the user will get this error message directly because data will not be committed, and this will be directly sent to the end user. Then as administrators, one of the, to me, well, there are different ways of dealing with this, with the errors, and they depend on when the error where the error happens. If the error happens in the FNO side, then we can use the event log to check it. Obviously, this is when we are talking about a cloud-hosted environment. This is not for sandboxes or unified development environments, but there is a way in FNO where we can configure, well, this was not part of this talk because this was more about synchronous and asynchronous, but if you want to send me a message, I can send you, I have another, have some slides on administration tools, and then to access these logs from FNO, we can configure this to log on a table in FNO for FNO related errors. And then for Dataverse related errors, we can enable the plugin registration tool. And I can share this information with you. If you want to message me, I can send you these slides for the administration tools that we can use for dual write. I don't know if there are any more questions.
Hello there. Thanks, Cruz, for answering all of those. There is one more question. You might notice it. It's in the Q&A section. Sorry.
Sorry.
And it's by Gutler. You might let me know if you see it.
No, I'm not
okay.
saying it.
So there's a question that Gutler is asking: does the use of dual write in conjunction with Dataverse have an impact on Microsoft's new capacity-based billing for D365 FNO?
Of course. I mean, at the end of the day, with dual write, okay, do you mean if dual write has any impact on the capacity cost? Is this about costing? Capacity limits?
Have an impact on the new capacity-based billing? Yes, I'm assuming it's about, yeah, I would have thought so, unless you want to further elaborate, Gutler.
Yes, yeah. So at the end of the day, with dual write, we are copying data. So the data is going to be, say you've got customers and you've got accounts. So you have the data for double this data, which makes sense in many scenarios. But obviously, dual write is an integration mechanism that has a huge impact on database size. So obviously it's going to impact how much data we store in Dataverse, and then it's going to have an impact on the capacity. Yeah. There are other integration mechanisms, and for each integration, architects should evaluate which is the best way of doing that integration. We also could use virtual entities to integrate FNO with Dataverse. Virtual entities don't consume space in the Dataverse database. They don't impact capacity, but have other, but the performance is worse. So for each integration scenario, architects should carefully consider all the options and consider what are their priorities. If the priority is cost or the priority is performance, user experience, and then choose the right tool for each integration requirement. Yeah.
Thank you there, Cruz. Okay, so there's really great questions. So thank you for that, Cruz, and thank you for sharing your insights on this topic, Cruz, because I know you're very close to this area. You got your finger on the pulse when it comes to this, and
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, so we are going to wrap up with Cruz in a few minutes now before we move on to the next session. So Cruz, I just want to thank you for taking your time out today from your busy schedule to share your, educating us all on dual write. Yes, so Cruz, feel free to share your contact details in the chat so that the community can keep in touch with you. I'm sure they would love to. We will then be proceeding with our next session of the day, which is on Dynamics 365 HR.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much again, Cruz. Round of applause, guys, for Cruz. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so guys, so today, as you know, we're covering the other aspects of, HR is definitely something that there's a big story around. There has been a changing story regarding HR, and I'm sure many of you, are aware of that. For those who are not, whilst we've still got a few more minutes before Kamal's session begins, so I want to give a bit of a backstory. Okay, so let's give a bit of a backstory. So HR was natively part of F&O. And then Microsoft made the design decision to create another product called Talent. And so it would live separately outside of F&O. And so in order to use Talent, you would need to integrate it with F&O, right? Using the data integrator, which is the legacy integration tool for F&O. And then what happened was that basically a few years ago, Microsoft announced that it will be coming back into the F&O ecosystem. And so it is back in the ecosystem, it's back in the, and they made that for certain design decisions, right? We all know employee information, right? Timesheet tracking and things like that. It's an integral part of your ERP. So, but obviously I'm not going to talk too much about it because we've got Kamal, who is one of the world's leading experts on HR. Very few HR experts out there, to be honest. For Dynamics HR, there's very few people in the world who actually know this area. And Kamal is one of them. So it's a huge pleasure to. Hello there, Kamal.
Hi, Raj. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Kamal, we've still got 5 minutes. So I just thought I'd give a bit of a backstory for the community who are not too familiar with what's been going on with HR, because you're going to give a masterclass now on HR, right? You're going to give them a masterclass. So if they didn't know, they're going to know, right? And it's such an important aspect of ERP, because if you think about it, Kamal, you know, ERP is not just transactions, right?
No,
You know, you've got employees. Yeah,
employee data is always used in every part of the ERP. Yeah,
exactly. You know, payroll. You know, it's all such an important core role. So, well, it's a great pleasure, Kamal, that you're here today, and you're going to really educate them. The first hour is going to be obviously on Dynamics HR fundamentals, and then the other part will be more on the roadmap, right?
the latest happenings and what
Excellent.
happened after the merge last year, basically. Yeah.
Excellent. So whilst we wait for people to join and we start your session, Kamal, could you share your contact details, your LinkedIn and your blog, so people know how to communicate with you and contact and stay in contact with you?
Yeah, check.
Excellent. So you can just drop that in the chat. That'll be fantastic if you just drop that in the chat. So yes, so that's the plan now. So we'll be doing a deep dive, 2-hour deep dive on HR, right? One of the things that we've learned from this bootcamp, guys, is the objective of this bootcamp was to take you from 0 to hero. And so we had a whole day dedicated to each module. And even that wasn't enough, right? Look at last week, finance, right? Even that has left you with more questions, right? We scratched the surface, we were talking about the components, and yet you have so much more questions. And so F&O is a beast. It's a huge platform. And so I don't know if you all heard, but we will be announcing another date for the finance bootcamp, because next week we'll be covering supply chain, which in itself is a huge beast, right? It's a huge beast, supply chain. So we're covering that next week. And then the week after that, we're going more technical again on F&O development, okay? So we've got a lot going on, but even that's not enough. We've still got a lot more to cover. So we're going to be adding more dates to this bootcamp, guys, okay? We'll be adding more dates to this bootcamp, but we'll give you a bit of a breather. We're going to give you a bit of a breather, a bit of a rest, because it can be a lot, right? Having to attend these 8-hour bootcamps. Today's not so long. So the reason why today's bootcamp isn't so long is because we were supposed to have a session on commerce, okay? We were supposed to have a session on commerce. However, unfortunately, the speaker had some other challenges. They were going to dial in all the way from Saudi Arabia, but they had a lot of challenges. So what we've agreed to do is add another day, okay, for the finance and F&O bootcamp from a functional perspective, okay? Because I know you've got a lot of questions around that. So we will be scheduling that in. So please do not worry. I know a lot of people are a bit concerned. Oh, you know, don't worry, we've got your back, okay? We're going to get some other extra dates in to cover those areas which needed more time, okay? So we're going to schedule them. So don't worry, you'll get email. Everyone who's registered will get an email the new dates. So we can cover those areas. And again, we would have not done that if it wasn't for your questions, guys, because you're asking questions in the chat, in the Q&A. That's our temperature check to say, okay, you know, what are we doing here? Because we want to make this bootcamp as interactive as possible so that you're learning live. You're not having to log off, go back onto your notes and things like that. The whole idea behind this is that you're learning in live, okay? And that's the best way to learn. And so that's what we're trying to achieve here with this bootcamp. So anyway, okay, guys. So there's a question by Ajunjabi. Please include development in your program as well. Yes, Ajunjabi, we have a whole day bootcamp of F&O development. It's not next week, it's the week after, okay? So we do have development, it's the week after. And by the way, this bootcamp, it's been a huge challenge to organize and to consolidate. The sheer scale of this bootcamp, you know, I don't think there's ever been a bootcamp of this scale before, right? Across the entire Dynamics ecosystem. There hasn't. It's been work in progress trying to do this all, guys, and it's been great that you've been able to join us on this journey to make this possible. So keep the questions coming in. What the type of questions we want from you guys is more around what you want to know about, what things you don't know about, right? That's what we want to hear from you. Okay, so anyway, it is on the hour, 4 o'clock. Without further ado, Kamal, as I was introducing you before, Kamal is one of the few HR experts for Dynamics. He's very well versed. This is his specialty area, right? This is what he does. This is what he does day to day, his bread and butter. So Kamal, without further ado, by the way, have you shared your contact? Yes, you have. You've shared your contact details.
Yeah, I've shared the contact.
So without further ado, Kamal, over to you.
Okay, super cool, Ross. Thanks a lot. Again, it's really, I'm very happy to be here. And Ross, my screen is shared. Is it visible for you?
It is indeed. Yes, correct.
Okay, super, perfect. So yeah, thanks a lot for joining the session. And also, like Ross said, it's really a great boot camp, and hope you're all having a lot of fun time learning new things. And yeah, welcome to my session. So we will be talking about Dynamics 365 human resources. I would say one of the, let's say, not so used or popular modules in Dynamics 365, although it is one of the most important and really rich functional area that's available within the capability. So what I've planned for you all is sort of start off with the overall Dynamics 365 architecture and how HR fits into the equation. And and also look at the detailed capability available within HR module of Dynamics 365, and have a look at the system a little bit, and explore different configuration areas and also different workspaces and data elements related to HR and how it interacts with different parts of the module. So we will do a bit of a hands-on or a demo kind of a thing at the end of the session. Yeah, just a short disclaimer from my end. Yeah, I share a lot of opinions, and they change over a period of time. Based on how the product evolves, or based on my own learning, for example. So yeah, I always say that my opinions tend to change based on my learning and knowledge. But feel free to reach out to me and challenge me on what I share. I'm happy to have a discussion. A little bit about me. So like Ross said, human resources and IT has been my bread and butter for over a period of, I think, 13 years now. And I've worked across different, let's say, applications or best of breed applications in the market. For example, I've worked with Oracle Cloud HCM, SAP SuccessFactors, a little bit of all the small scale or tier 2 applications that support HR as well. And at the same time, I've worked with Microsoft Dynamics 365 human resources. So I've experienced, let's say, the 3 biggest HR IT products available in the market over my career. And I've also worked as a domain architect on the customer side, and I've worked as a consultant and solution architect, and also a technical, let's say, consultant over a period of 13 years in my career. And I live in the Netherlands along with my family. You see the photo of my daughters and my wife. They've grown up a little bit more than the photo now. And I'm originally from India. I'm Indian by heart. But I always say I can be as direct as a Dutch can be. So yeah, that's because of living in the Netherlands for 8-9 years now. And I'm also interested in all products from Microsoft, of course. Learning different areas of Power Platform, Copilot, etc., etc. And at the moment, I'm expanding myself into finance and supply chain. So. but I have, let's say, a bit more passion about sustainability in general. So I'm also curious about Microsoft Sustainability Cloud, and try to keep up to speed on the product itself that's available. I write a blog about HR, specifically over a period of 3-4 years now, but I'm mostly active on LinkedIn, so please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to have a discussion and yeah, chat about HR and any related finance and supply chain management topics. So the first part of the presentation is, maybe some of you are familiar with different HR processes, but all of us would have worked as an employee at some point in time. I would say that's the baseline to draw in understanding what HR is. So HR is the art of employee experience overall, and as an employee, you notice different parts of the HR processes when you're working, in a company, or when you're running your own company, for example. So you see on the slide different areas of HR processes. For example, we start with administrative HR, which involves, for example, an HR manager trying to manage employees' data on a day-to-day basis. For example, if employee is having a baby, there's a life cycle event in their employee's life cycle, and maybe the benefits are going to change, and the baby needs to be included in the employee's life insurance and health insurance policy. So this data being updated continuously against the HR or employee record by the HR teams in the background. Or if you have a question about your leave policy, then you request for information. They check your data and they give you the possibilities of leave that you can take. That's a bit of a administrative HR. Then we have administrative payroll. So you join a company as an employee at a certain compensation, and based on the country you're working and where you're living, there are taxes to be deducted and benefits to be given, or all sorts of other elements that impacts your pay. So all of that needs to be applied, and payments have to be made to the employees. So that's all part of administrative payroll processing. When it comes to compensation, you can think of fixed compensation and variable compensation. So for example, I work in a company where I have a fixed pay, and let's say 5% of fixed pay is my variable pay on an annual basis. So we need to capture that data, and when I go through appraisal process, my fixed pay is maybe getting increased. So how do we manage that? And if I get a promotion, will my compensation change because of that? So all of these elements that impact my fixed compensation should be managed from a HR perspective. And benefits is all about different possibilities of what type of health insurance plans are sort of given to employees in different countries. In US, maybe health insurance plans are part of the employment contract, but in the Netherlands, it's not. So it depends on the country, again, on the company, about what benefits are given and what are the contributions between the employee and the employer, for example. And leave and sickness, of course, you have some vacation days that you can take based on a set of rules. And also in many countries, we have sickness days. If an employee falls sick, the employee registers that, goes to a doctor gives a notice that the employee is sick, and when the employee is ready to come back, there's a return to work process. Employee development involves all about goals, performance reviews, and succession planning. Workforce management involves more about how do we plan the upcoming period, how many FTEs are necessary based on the demand and forecast. Employee and manager self-service is focused on, as an employee, what are the capabilities I need to execute my self-service aspects. For example, applying for leave and manager approving the leave request from his team members. But it can also involve other areas like I want to update my phone number because I changed it, and how do I go to my self-service and update my contact details? We have a new baby at home. I want to include that baby into my leave plan, or sorry, my medical insurance plan. How do I do it on my self-service? As a manager, I want to give a kudos to to a team member in my employee can be manager self-service. Recruitment onboarding involves right from having a job open for hiring, posted on a career site or posted on LinkedIn, and how do we execute candidate, let's say, applying for the job, scheduling interviews, getting the hiring managers to plan the interviews, and eventually having a successful candidate and onboarding the candidate into the company. So these are all various aspects of HR that you sort of come across as an employee, or you maybe when you're running your own company, you see all of these aspects in the company. And when we look at how Microsoft Dynamics, let's say, suite is structured, you see various aspects and various ways of looking at it. And I always try to, summarize using this slide. At the top, we have different, let's say, industry verticals or industry horizontal in this case, where we have all the industries that sort of have specialized capabilities in different business domains. And on the product side, the product is sort of grouped into different business domains. So sales and marketing, service, finance, commerce, and supply chain. And I primarily work in finance and supply chain management space, which is the traditional F&O space. And we have the first party CRM applications or customer engagement applications, which is focused on sales and marketing, service, and commerce. But the lines are getting very thin at the moment, with F&O or FNSCM being migrated into Power Platform Admin Center from a let's say, lifecycle management perspective, and also more and more Power Platform capability coming into finance and supply chain management. Let's say there was that a magic whale where we had CE and FNSEM in the past, but over the last year, for example, I noticed that the lines are very thin, and it's one suite of application that's coming together with Dataverse integration and data being shared across all aspects of the business. So that's what I've highlighted at the bottom. So we have a Dataverse and a common data model that is used to share data seamlessly across the stack, and also Power Platform as a common extensibility layer, which involves apps, pages, Power Automate, flows, and Copilot and BI. So this is a common, let's say, extension layer that we can use to extend any standard capability. But of course, from today's session perspective, the highlight is around HR. What I want to mention on this slide is employee data is at the heart of any organization. And if we take an example of running, your finance processes or your project operations, for example, which involves resource planning, and you might have come across skill-based resource scheduling, where you have work items to be completed, and they have to be scheduled based on employee skills. So most of the time, this area is not explored, but there's rich functionality where you can first of all, capture employee information and add skills against the employees, which can be used to automate the process of scheduling work items or any tasks within project operations, part of the system, or project operations business process, for example. So that's one of the example, but at the same time, all of us have come across approval workflows in all areas of finance and supply chain management, and approval workflows are heavily dependent on position hierarchy. In position hierarchy and how employees occupy those positions are one of the key elements from a human resource perspective. So that's a few highlights, but if you look at any business process, you will always find a connection linked with employee being part of that process, and employee data will become a key element in that process. So that's how I would say HR fits into the equation of Dynamics 365 as a whole, and also employee data being a key element in any business process. So what we have next is an overview. So we've touched based on how HR, what is HR, and how HR fits into the overall suite of FNSEM. But we go one step deeper now and understand what are the capabilities available within Dynamics 365 from a human resource standpoint. And this overview represents different sub-modules of HR. If you look at, let's say start from personnel management, which is the core hire to retire and employee lifecycle management business area. So Dynamics 365 offers a rich capability there, and you can capture all the employee data, and as the employee evolves within the organization, it can be updated. And org administration involves capturing the organization structure of where the employees can be hired, and what are the jobs and positions, and how it evolves over a period of time. ESS, MSS is also delivered out of the box. There's a lot of investment from Microsoft in employee self-service in the last year's roadmap and also this year's roadmap, to make it really user-friendly and expose it via Teams a lot. So we will have some demo as well there. And Dynamics 365 HR comes with people analytics out of the box, which can help the HR team members have a look at their, let's say, employee data from a holistic point of view. If an organization is present in 10 different countries, there are analytics that can help them analyze how employees are placed in those different legal entities, and also each legal entity's FTE, for example, or headcount, for example, can all be viewed in a let's say global view as a HR admin. And performance management will support defining organization goals, and also employees being able to add their own goals and going through a goal management process, and also performance review process. Benefits, like I said, capturing all the information on Dynamics and also processing them on an annual basis. And compensation is also standard available in Dynamics 365. The three blocks that sort of stand out in the overview are recruitment, payroll, and learning. When I had a session last year, we were talking about these three areas are not supported by Dynamics 365, but this year Microsoft has made a lot of investments in all three areas, to be honest. But just to highlight, the first one is recruitment. So we have a dedicated model-driven app now, which supports recruitment and onboarding process, and there are co-pilot capabilities available within the model-driven app as well. So this is planned for GA this year, and also additional investments are coming through this year. So one of the major gaps we had is filled now, and customers can make use of this quite heavily. And I had some really interesting sessions with the product team this week as well, where we had a look at how Viva Suite can support learning processes, and also how Viva will be the front face of employee self-service. in the future. This roadmap item that's planned for this year, and it will be in public preview in March 2025. So one is there's integration with Viva. That's a starting point. We will, we will be able to see maybe some employee related data there. But at the same time, I think the long-term roadmap is going to be to use Viva for learning to host, videos, for example, etc., etc. That's all standard now in Viva already, and have that data integrated with Dynamics 365 HR. From a payroll perspective, I think historically there was US payroll within the capability of Dynamics 365, but it was decommissioned, I think, in 2021 already. So at the moment, as I see it on the roadmap, payroll will always be an external application, being integrated with Dynamics 365. So that stays outside of Dynamics 365, but at the same time, we have APIs readily available in Dynamics 365 that can integrate with any payroll application. And we executed some integrations last year with a few payroll applications in the UK. So almost all scenarios I see now in the market is that we have an external payroll application being integrated with Dynamics 365. And that applies for, let's say, a large organization which is present in different countries, can have multiple integrations, sending and receiving data from Dynamics 365 for payroll. Before we go into the system, I will touch base on two concepts, and then we will start having a look at the system a bit more. The first one is jobs and positions. Dynamics 365 HR works heavily on jobs and position framework. What you see is an example of how jobs and positions framework can be applied in an organization. So you have an IT consultant job here, and there are three types of IT consultants that can be defined. So IT sales consultant, or IT HR consultant, or IT network consultant. And we can define, let's say, as an organization, I need one of each. So these are the positions. So you have one chair available for an employee to occupy. And you can notice that in some parts, you can also define extra positions as well. So I've defined two extra sales consultant here and two extra IT HR consultant. So the key element to understand is we have a job, which is a generic way of defining, let's say, employees working in an organization. And you can have a specific version of a job, which is having some elements of the generic job, but having a specialization attached to it, for example, or linked to a specific department, for example. There are different analogies you can draw about jobs and positions. So one of the analogy that a customer of mine explained was job is like a palm, and you have different fingers, which is the positions assigned to it. And I use the analogy of having job as a type of a chair and positions and number of chairs. So that's one of the key concepts. And when we look at HR organization structure, just to give an example, I'm working as a procurement lead in Hogwarts UK PLC, which is the legal entity. So I have a legal contract with a company, and that's the legal entity. And I work in procurement department, occupying a job, procurement manager in a specific cost center. I can be part of a labor union, but I'm sitting on a specific position. So this is how the employees tie into the organization structure from a HR perspective. And there are two types of relationships, I would say, that an employee has with an organization. One is the legal entity relationship. And the second one, which is basically your employment contract. And the second relationship is the position relationship. So what is the type of work I do in the company? So I have a contract to work for a company, and I do a certain type of work and sitting on a specific position. So those are the two types of relationships that an employee can have. So with that, let's have a look at the system now a little bit and explore Dynamics 365 human resources. So I'm logging in to Dynamics 365. I have system admin, but my landing page is focused on human resources. And what we see now is different workspaces that are available as a HR administrator persona. If I'm only an employee, then I would only see employee self-service, for example. But at the moment, I have access to different areas of HR system. So this is my employee self-service. So I've logged in as Inga now, and as an employee, I see that I'm a purchasing manager, and I work in the Department of Operations, and I'm employed in the legal entity Contoso Entertainment System USA. And like you have seen across different areas of Dynamics and Microsoft ecosystem, you see Copilot being infused in different parts of the applications. And also from a HR standpoint, you see a summary by Copilot where Copilot is stating the leave balance I have. So around 350 hours of vacation time is available for me. And they're supposed to be expired by 1/1/2026, and it's prompting me to take or request some time off, and there's a link available where I can immediately request some time off as well. So I can select the leave type, and then I can select the days I want to be I want to take some time off. So let's say somewhere next week, and then I can mention the hours I want to take off, and I can submit the leave request. So that's a nice way of how Copilot can help employees by summarizing data. And as if I'm a manager and I have to approve some things, I see all the work items coming to me on ESS, and I see different tiles where I can view different parts of my self information. So one of the areas is compensation. So I can see my annual salary now. And if I have any performance reviews, a calendar will pop up with the next review date. And I can execute some self-service on benefits, changing my medical insurance, etc. And I can also update my personal details. So if I want to change my phone number or home address or my bank account information, I can come in and execute a change. If I'm a manager and I have a team reporting to me, I can go to my team where I will be able to look at all the employees in my team and the teams below them, and all different information related to those team members. Like, for example, what is the position they're in, what is the compensation they have. So as a manager, you can get an overview of all the team members and their compensation in one place, and also the leave requests they have made in the past, or any performance reviews and goals that are part of the team members. There's also capability for viewing a manager absence calendar in a scenario where you see employees need to plan their vacation days based on different team members. You can have a look at their work patterns, which days are they working, which days they're not. And if, for example, Hermione has requested a leave on a specific day where Ronald is also off, you can come into the manager absence calendar and make that decision of approving or sending it back, for example, and requesting for a reschedule. That's an overview of employee and manager self-service. Let's have a look at personal management now. So personal management workspace is sort of a go-to area for a HR administrator. So if I'm a HR administrator, I'm working with employee data all the time, and I come into personal management workspace where I can, for example, find all the recently hired employees in the last 30 days. And using the recently hired employees, I can go in and update the data. So this is quick access to information. But I can also see if there have been address changes. Maybe if there's an address change, I need to update some other documents related to human resources in the background. Maybe I have to send the information to the payroll provider. So that can be viewed quickly. Uh, I can also find all the employees that I'm responsible for in a quick access style, and I can go into an employee record. So let's say Alicia is an employee, and I can open Alicia's employee record and have a look at all parts of employee record. So if I quickly collapse, so there's a summary with the title and the seniority, date, and the office address. And also name details, address details. So all the personal information is available that I can update. And from a work history perspective, let's say Contoso is a global organization present in different countries. So Alicia has been working with Contoso Consulting now, but she was employed with Contoso Entertainment in the past. So you can have a historical view of all the employment contracts that Alicia has got. And like I said, there are two relationships. One is the employment relationship, which you see in work history, and the other is the position relationship. So Alicia is currently working on a specific position, and she's got a promotion recently into that position, for example. Then commerce is the tab which has information about the data that flows into commerce application, and time registration flows into supply chain management part of the system. And you have different links where you can find quick access to any employee data that can be that needs editing. The same is available in the ribbon bar, which is grouped into different parts of the system. Like I can look at all the time off requests, for Alicia quickly in the leave tab. So this is how an HR admin would come in and let's say view an employee record and make any changes. And if we go back to personal management workspace now, there's also a couple more, let's say highlights, I would say, expiring records. So as a HR team member, one of the key elements I need to keep track of is if employee certificate is getting expired and it needs a renewal, maybe I have to send a renewal request. So if I'm a learning and development administrator, this is very handy for me. And if I'm a HR administrator and we have some employees who are hired from a different country, and I want to make sure their identities are valid and they've renewed their identities and passports regularly, this is handy. At the same time, all the probations that are upcoming, if I have to execute a probation review with the employee and the employee's manager to make sure the probation is completed or not. So that's probation reviews that are coming up, and any screening. So if I'm let's say a company that makes a pharmaceutical company, then I need to make sure all employees have passed through a certain set of screenings regularly. But I can keep track of it in a short overview here, and the same for tests, for example. Any tests that need to be completed by employees from a compliance standpoint can all be tracked here. That's about expiring records, and I will quickly share an overview of the standard analytics that's available out of the box. So as a, let's say, a HR manager, I want to know a headcount by company. So these are all different legal entities that we have as an organization, and you can see the headcount trend from last year to this year, for example. and headcount by department, headcount by different managers, headcount by jobs, and you also see, let's say, a map with how your headcount is spread across different parts of the world. This is just an example, but you have a lot more analytics in the same way. You have different metrics that HR teams usually work with, like seniority analysis, the attrition analysis, and also different position analysis. As simple as employee birthdays as well is available. So you can use this quite good and easily. So that's an overview of personnel management. We will go to the other workspaces as well. But just a quick check, any questions so far before we move on to the other areas, maybe in the chat. So of using the payroll, yeah, I see a question. So what is the limitation of using the payroll in Dynamics 365 F&O? Yeah, there's no capability. I think Srikanth has answered the question in a way. There's no capability at the moment. The only option that was available in the past was US payroll, and that is decommissioned now. So we can capture some payroll-related data that can be interfaced to a payroll application, but we cannot process payroll on Dynamics 365 at the moment. And I don't see it in the roadmap also for this year and maybe next year. Any other questions? Okay, cool. Please add them in the chat, and I will pick it as I go along. We will have a look at the capability for fixed compensation. This is one of the overviews I've created and published as part of my blog. This summarizes what possibilities are available in Dynamics 365 to manage fixed compensation at a high level, right? So if we look at any organization's compensation policy, you typically have grades, and a set of grades are part of a grade ladder. So what you see here is you have, let's say, a retail company. You have a frontline cashier, cash supervisor, assistant store manager, and a store manager in a hierarchy. And each of these grades will have a minimum, midpoint, and a maximum, salary that can be applied. And the most important thing about any compensation policy is that it varies by country. So if you have a frontline cashier in the Netherlands, the salary can be very different from the same grade in Germany. Dynamics 365 offers the capability to manage it by countries or by legal entities, and you can define a min, mid, and max values for each of the grades. And what we can do is the employee sort of starts off on a specific grade, or let's say at a minimum level or a little higher than minimum level, and they can grow within the grade. And when a certain point comes in, when the employee needs a promotion, you can also define a validation. So where an employee in grade 1, NL01, cannot get paid more than 3,000 euros. So there can be a hard validation, or it can be a soft validation. So that it's advised, but you can still override it. So there's a possibility to do both on Dynamics 365. So that's sort of an overview, I would say. And you put all of these grades into a compensation plan, and you can run a review process, let's say, on a regular basis. For example, in the Netherlands, there was a 2% inflation correction last year. You want to apply that 2% inflation correction on all the grades and their values. You can run that process, and you will be able to manage that on an annual basis. So that's a little bit of an introduction to fixed compensation management. So let's have a look at how it looks on Dynamics 365 now. We have a dedicated compensation management workspace. Just going one level, let's say advanced on compensation is you can organize your compensation on grades, bands, and steps. I'm talking about a very complex and very mature organization. In many cases, the customers may not need to use all three, but there is a possibility to manage that. Let's take an example of, let's say, grade C, which is talking about central region in US. And if you look at the compensation structure now, you see this compensation plan has 7 grades in it, and you have a min, mid, and max. So this is the compensation structure behind the plan. And the validation I was talking about is out of tolerance, out of range tolerance. So at the moment, if you want to hire an employee into, let's say, G01, you cannot pay them beyond $30,000 due to the fact that the tolerance is set as hard. It can also be set as soft, and then you're allowed to go over. So this is an example of a fixed compensation plan. And if you look at how it impacts or how it is viewed on employees self-service, you can. So as a default, compensation is not shown, from a privacy perspective. What if somebody's standing behind your computer screen and you don't want them to see your salary? But once I unhide the salary, I can see the annual salary now. And this is how the employee can see the grade that he's in and the annual equivalent and the monthly and hourly equivalents of the compensation. That's an overview of compensation plans and how Dynamics 365 HR supports it. Let's consider the other part of compensation, which is variable compensation. As an employee, if variable compensation is part of my contract, then I would want to capture it on Dynamics 365. How do I do that? That's one part of variable compensation. The second part of variable compensation is if I get paid a bonus amount, can I capture it on Dynamics 365? And how do I do that? So just the overview explains that Chloe is an employee and she has a fixed compensation, which we saw now, and a variable compensation, and she belongs to one of the 3 plans, let's say a 10% bonus plan. So if Inga had got a variable bonus that was awarded, then you would see it on self-service here. Let's have a look at compensation management workspace again. So we have 3 variable compensation plans defined. And if you notice, this is a management bonus plan, which is a 5% of a fixed pay. And you have more advanced options where you can set, let's say, a leverage percentage based on certain parameters. From a goal management perspective, you can say if an employee is achieved 100% of goals, then what should be the payout? If the employee is 10% below the goal set, this is typically applicable from a sales perspective. You can use leverage to manage the variability of the bonus amounts to be paid, and you can also define some level overrides. So based on different level or grades, you can set a certain amount of override possible to pay the bonus out. This is, again, more advanced for a very mature organization. You can also capture, for example, stock options and vesting rules for it. That's all possible. The bit I want to highlight is how do we capture a bonus payment against an employee? So for that, we go back to the employee record. Let's have a look. And I will open Alicia again. And on compensation, we have variable plan awards based on a plan that Alicia is part of. I can assign a plan award. So she's part of a specific plan, and I can say that we are giving a bonus amount of $500 USD. So this can be used to feed the data into the payroll system. So, for example, if Alicia got a bonus of $500 in February, this data can be captured and fed to a payroll system for payment. And the most, let's say, beautiful part of Dynamics 365 is you see various elements of finance can be seamlessly integrated against the employee record. This is an example. So where you're capturing the bonus payout against a cost center. And in the same way, every position can be linked to a cost center. So from a finance perspective, you can do your reporting in terms of which cost centers had the spends and cost accrued based on this data. So that kind of integration is very unique in Dynamics 365, and it really makes a lot of difference when you look at running your daily operations. So that was about variable compensation. I will quickly cover leave management as well, which is one of the one of the heavily used functionalities of Dynamics 365 human resources. So what you see here is we have an employee requesting for leave, and as an employee, you have different types of leave available. So you can maybe have sickness or public holidays, or you have some vacation time accrued, or you have parental leave or grievance leave. So you can have different types of leave. We had a quick look at how employee can request for leave. And once the employee is requested leave, it can go through an approval workflow, and a manager can approve it, or based on different types of leave, maybe HR team can also approve it as an extra step. And once the leave is approved, calendars are updated. We had a look at manager absence calendar. Employee can also have their own absence calendar, and the employees can sort of review the leave that is approved, etc. And at this point, I want to highlight a really cool functionality. So this is a Power App developed that can be exposed on Teams by delivered standard by Microsoft also. So what you see is an overview of different types of leave available, and this is an extended view of ESS what we saw, and you can request time off also via Teams. So I can go into Teams and log in. I'm logged into Teams, and I can just say via Teams, I can look at my balances, and I can add some leave requests directly from there. And yeah, I have to select the amount for each of the days. So let's have a look at the days. Edit day and 8 hours. And let's say next. So the leave request can be submitted directly via Teams. And if leave is approved, I will also get notifications on Teams. So this is a really cool capability, and many customers are very happy about it. And also, as we go into the future, Viva connections may also have similar capabilities, for example, where employee can view the leave balance there. So this is a highlight, I would say, at the moment. And yeah, I think leave management as a overall capability on Dynamics 365 human resources is very rich. Microsoft invested heavily in 2022 and also 2021, on the roadmap. And this is one of the most complete functionalities on Dynamics 365, which can support almost all countries' leave policies and quite complex scenarios. It also includes leave buy and sell capability, which is most commonly used in the UK, for example. That's a bit of an overview on leave management. And we have benefits management next. Benefits management, I'll just highlight that the capability is heavily focused from a US localization standpoint, although in my experience, I've implemented it for some of the customers in EU region as well. But at a high level, it's very rich in terms of the possibilities it has. Many times you have to sort of simplify the design to accommodate the requirements. So from a functional standpoint, the capability standpoint is quite rich. It includes defining different plan types, like for example, have a medical benefit plan, or a car lease car plan, for example. Different periods. So how does your benefit plans run? Like, do you open it for enrollment on an annual basis, for example? And different coverage options. So whether you cover only yourself in the medical plan, or your family, or your child. Different payment frequencies. How do you do your deductions? What are the contribution percentages? And also, when you have a life event, you can attach a reason code for an enrollment and unenrollment process. You can define quite complex rates and deductions as well. And there are a bunch of parameters that can be used to set rules on different plans. So let's have a quick look at benefits management. So let me see. So we have, at a high level, different benefit plans. Let's have a quick look at a benefit plan. So let's say medical plan. You can have very complicated scenario again, where you have one master plan and multiple child plans, and then you can cluster them together. So that's why you see the master flag here. But you have different compliance related aspects you can capture. And this is again focused on US from a localization standpoint, and whether you want to allow enrollment, or if it's a mandatory plan against an employee or not. You can have different filters. So you can apply a benefit plan for a specific department, or a location of a position, or a legal entity, and also have some eligibility rules. So an example can be, you have contractors working in your organization, and you want to enable a benefit plan only for worker type employees and not for contractors. And you see different benefit periods attached. Within a plan, you can attach different coverage options, like I said, and you can give some override options as well. And if I look at plan details, you can define, like for example, a policy document can be defined in Dynamics 365, so employees can have access to it as well. Let's have a quick overview of any enrolled workers, maybe not on this. So let's have a look at this. Basic life, also not. So when we have enrolled workers, you will see them coming up in the list. Most probably I am looking at a wrong year or wrong plan. Let's see if I can find anything. Medical HMO maybe. But in essence, if there's an employee available, then I can confirm the plan enrollment using the confirm option, or if I have to remove confirm, which is unenrollment in essence. So I will see the worker here, and then I can do a confirm or a remove confirm. And you can also do a waive off. And yeah, you can say that the employee is waived off for payments, for example. There is self-service checkout capability on benefits management. So what is possible just so that you're aware, is as an employee at the beginning of the year, I can select the period and go in and execute a e-commerce store checkout, as I call it. So I can select a specific benefit plan, add it to my basket, and then I can check out the plan, which will give a notification to the benefits manager, and they can process the confirmation later. That's about benefits management. Yeah, but I think I try to cover, let's say, give an insight of what is the art of the possible. Again, this is not the complete capability, uh, but you can do a lot more things. So I would say, if you're curious about HR and want to know more, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm most active there, and I'm happy to have a coffee chat and and also sit down and talk about what HR capabilities are possible. At the same time, we have I have a community or a group on LinkedIn focused on digital HR and Dynamics 365, which is active from time to time. And it has people from all areas. So there are customers in it, and there are consultants in it. There are other domain specialists as well in it. So feel free to join the group on LinkedIn. So you get to connect with different areas. If you have a question, you can pop in there. And we have all other specialists as well, who focus on HR. So Marlon was one of the first MVPs who was specialized in HR. She's shifted the focus to CE now, but she's still really knowledgeable. So you can reach out to her as well. And Anna is very active at the moment. She's focused more on Copilot and HR. So you can also follow her. Parag works, so me and Parag used to work together in the past, and also Anna at some point. So Parag is heavily focused on technical aspects and HR together. So he writes really interesting blogs. You can follow him as well. And Gareth Gareth is also focused on HR. He runs a really good HR practice in the UK. He's also active in the community, and you can reach out to him, for interesting items around HR. And I just wanted to take the last 1 or 2 minutes to say that I support a charity or let's say a cause. And I want to raise awareness about childhood cancer. And this is one of the let's say largest cancer centers in Europe, focused on child cancer. And there's quite a high mortality rate, and it's very hard to lose somebody who's small. So if you would like to support, please share a small amount if you can. And it's directly on the page of the cancer center. It's called Princess Maxima Centrum. It's in Netherlands. They do really great job taking care of children and also their families during the tough time. I think with that, I would say thanks a lot, Raz. It's always I really enjoy being part of the events with you, and also all the sponsors who made this possible.
Thank you, Kamal. Fantastic. So thank you for educating us all on HR. And let's give you a little bit of time. So what just for everyone's awareness, so Kamal is kindly going to continue his session on HR. So let's give him a little bit for a few minutes to take a bit of a rest, and he will carry on after a few minutes. How much rest do you require, Kamal?
Just 2 minutes, Raz. I'll get a couple.
No worries, no worries. So I'm going to take a look at the questions and answers in the meantime. You please take your time, Kamal. Yes, don't rush. Just take your time, and I'll take a look at the questions and answers.
Sounds good, Ross. Thanks.
Interesting. So, excuse me, it does feel as though HR is new to most people on this call here. Just from, yeah. So maybe you're just kind of digesting, obviously, what Kamal was showing. One thing I'll definitely look out for is the actual infrastructure changes of HR. Now, Kamal's obviously going to be talking a lot about the wave updates and what you can expect. One thing I can tell you about HR is there was a period of time, a little period of time, about 1 or 2 years, whereby the HR product, you know, it was in a bit of a limbo, and now it's returned. But during that period of time, there were other HR products on the market that Microsoft kind of suggested to customers. But now what Microsoft has done with Viva and with the investments that they've made, this roadmap announcements that Kamal is going to show and go through, is going to really help understand where Microsoft is making its investments now in HR, where it's now doubling down on its investments in HR. I saw a question regarding payroll, and it was an interesting question. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, there is a great question. Very good question. What is the limitation of payroll in D365 FO? That's a very good question, I have to say. The reason why is because there are well-known native limitations with the native payroll within F&O. The projects that I worked on, we used a custom payroll solution. So there are, I mean, what are the, we can write a list, right, of limitations. Often it's around tax, and nuances around HR and tax, and payment terms and regulations around that. That's usually what the limitations are, to be honest. And I'm sure Kamal will answer that if he hasn't already. Yes, Srinath has actually answered it very nicely. So Srikanth has answered it very, very nicely, because what Srikanth has mentioned is that limitation equals no capability in simple terms, right? So yeah. So in short, what Srinath is saying is correct. Sorry, Kamal. So we were just discussing the question that was posed by Ogunjobi about the payroll features in Dynamics F&O. And I was explaining to the audience that when I've implemented F&O, we used a custom payroll solution, right?
Yeah.
And then what are the limitations? To which Srikanth replied, in simple terms, no capability, right? But yeah. So anyway, so we're back for part 2 of the HR session. So Kamal, are you good to go?
Yeah, all good, Russ. We can
Fantastic, go. Kamal. Well, without further ado, Kamal, back over to you.
Thank you, Ross. So yeah, I think the next part of the session is focused on what is happening now, and a bit of what Ross was explaining earlier in terms of the history of how HR module has come about. So many of you would have come across the changes a bit, but let's have a look at how it all evolved. So you know a little bit about me already, and we had a look at HR as a module and how it fits into Dynamics 365 ecosystem. And like I said, just a quick highlight of the 3 areas: payroll, learning, and recruitment. And you see a lot of changes coming in those 3 areas in this year's roadmap and also last year's roadmap. So Microsoft team is really focused on filling the biggest gaps that are available from a capability standpoint. So for recruitment, we have a model-driven app. I will share some overviews as well on it. And for learning, we have Viva integration planned in the roadmap, and payroll stays external, and that is not changing. But let's have a look at the history, right? So there's a long history even before the roadmap I've shown here. But uh, let's say the long history applies to all the products, right? So we all started maybe in the world of AX 2012, and then Dynamics 365 was the future. But now when we look at 2017, which is when I started working in the world of Dynamics 365. So it was a time when Microsoft acquired LinkedIn, and then there was a product called Dynamics 365 for Talent. So, which had the capabilities that we saw now in the previous session about personal management, compensation, benefits, leave, etc. But it was a separate application on its own. So from an infrastructure perspective, let's just call it as an experiment that Microsoft did in carving out a specific module from Dynamics 365 finance and operations at the time, and making it a product on its own. And also HR was a really good use case for it, because the market is sort of segregated, where organizations use dedicated HR solutions like Oracle or SuccessFactors or any local HR applications. And Dynamics 365 for Talent was a competitive product in the market. In essence, the strategy was really good, and that is how every ERP vendor was focused at the time. But if you think about the market fit, so many customers adopted it, and I worked on a lot of implementations, implementing Dynamics 365 for Talent, which was renamed to Dynamics 365 for Human Resources later, but that's a different story. So what we as consultants noticed also, and also as customers noticed, was even though this was a separate product, we always wanted this HR data to be integrated with finance and operations modules, or finance and supply chain business domains. And that was a common use case at the time. And eventually, between 2017 and 2021, that use case started becoming, let's say, more important and critical for customers. And Microsoft also, let's say, came on the same path and said, look, HR is great outside, but the number of use cases we have where HR is used when a customer is already having finance and operations is maximum. And it makes sense to keep HR and finance and supply chain together. And then Microsoft announced the merge of Dynamics 365 for Talent back into F&O from an infrastructure standpoint. And it's very interesting, right? It's not just data. So Dynamics 365 for Talent was a separate environment with its own infrastructure when it was independent. And then when it was merged back, it became a module within F&O, which was the case anyway originally. So that's a little bit of a history of what happened in those years. And it was complex from a merge standpoint, because customers had these separate systems running, data evolved over a period of time. And in 2023, Microsoft set a deadline, and also Microsoft did a great job in creating migration support, where there was a standard migration path defined for all customers. So I worked on a few migration projects as well. It was interesting, although complex, customers got an opportunity to let's say clean the data again and get back into F&O in a seamlessly integrated environment. So not all positive or not all rosy, side of things, but but I think it was something strategically necessary from a product evolution standpoint. And yeah, many people I've met and worked with always said, you know, HR belongs in F&O, and it sits there correctly. And yeah, anyway, so we had that journey from 2017 to 2021, a change in product direction, and then we go into 2023 where we have everything in FNSEM as a product, one infrastructure, seamlessly integrated. And in 2024, I see a lot of, let's say, infusion of Copilot from a HR standpoint. So there are two parts that Microsoft is following from a roadmap perspective. And when I speak to the product teams as well, so one path is to include Copilot or add more Copilot capability. And the second path is optimize the functionality that is already available and add more to it. For example, integrations with Entra ID or integrations with Viva, for example. So we will have a look at the roadmap in a bit, but that's the two focus areas for 2024 and 2025 as well. So this is, let's say, a bit of a history and the future of Dynamics 365 HR as a module. It's interesting. So I've been, lucky and following the journey and learning along with the product team and their vision of it. So my interest started when Microsoft acquired LinkedIn, because yeah, when you think about HR, LinkedIn is the best recruitment platform from a candidate to a job matching perspective. And if Microsoft acquires LinkedIn, then of course there is going to be standard integrations between their ERP application, which was there in Talent, but then because of decommissioning of Attract and Onboard, that went away. But I do see a question now already: is there a good linkage to LinkedIn recruitment in the new recruitment parts? Yeah, the answer is yes. So at the moment, the model-driven app is developed to have the recruitment experience. There are APIs already available that you can plug into LinkedIn, but a standard integration is also on the roadmap for June this year, I think. But it is on the roadmap. I know it for sure. From a timeline perspective, I know it for sure. It's in 2025. The exact month we will have to check and reconfirm, but it is coming back. The LinkedIn integration will be back. But again, like I said, the data is already exposed as an API, so you can easily send and receive data from a recruitment standpoint. So that is one highlight. So when we look at the roadmap for, let's say, this year's wave one, which is spanning from April 2025 to September 2025. In April, or let's say March and Jan and March, I see a bit of a spillover from the previous wave, which was 24 wave 2. I have a slide for it next. So the integration with Viva Connections is going public preview in March. So that's one thing that's, let's say, spilling over. And the Copilot scenarios for recruiting is also in public preview in Jan already. So this is a bit of a highlight. But when we look at the roadmap itself, I see, let's say, 5 features at the moment. So the first one is going, so this is a timeline from a public preview perspective. The first feature is the simplifying onboarding process for new hires with Copilot. So if you notice the previous wave, the focus was on introducing Copilot for recruitment. But this wave, the focus will be to make the jobs of the HR administrators easier with Copilot. So if you think about a hire to retire scenario, there's a lot of data entry that's happening and onboarding, follow-ups, etc. So Copilot, the focus is to introduce Copilot in making those activities more agentic. So you have an agent that is sitting with the HR manager to let's say take over some of these data entry related jobs. And the same from an onboarding perspective, like having a follow-up with the new employee by the hiring manager can happen on via Copilot on Teams. So that's a bit of a streamlined onboarding process for hiring managers with Copilot. And then we have in July, avoid duplication with Microsoft Entra ID integration. So I was just curious when I was preparing for the slides today, and I was going through my blog post, and one of the blogs I've written is in 2021 about the integration between Active Directory and Active Directory at the time and Dynamics 365 HR. So it was on the roadmap for a long time, and I had some interesting conversations also with the product team. So, in essence, it looks very simple, that we